Yeah. It's Mo and Mike in the house. Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know. Yo, Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. LOCTITE, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L-Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier. Champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodlines strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. APT, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore hitter, Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodlines strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, Captain. We make it happen, that's the play.
So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a buck Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman, boom, schoolboy, aka the.
There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob. Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. From yellow made ace, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red Ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty Mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Rod bring the heat, Yellow Bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turned. No shortcuts taken, no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace, turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find them in tornadoes, pedigree. Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O., our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks.
Hardcore, BLB up in the spec is 6.
Yes, Tom, Dick, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, LOCTITE, Apex, pressure built for the chase, gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade, third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah, I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
Yo, what up? What up? Hold on, what's up? I know I'm out here. I'm out here. Y'all see me. Y'all see me. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. What's up? Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Hey, don't forget to hit that like button. Fellas, let me see who out here. You know, one of the most important things in tonight's conversation for us, I know it sounds crazy, but actually it's one of the reasons why we do this show. Again, you go back and we try to show homage to all the people that had something to do with our success. And if you just look at what history has given us up to this point, we wouldn't have the dogs that we have today if it don't be the people who took certain dogs from certain people and made them worth talking about. You know, I heard it, and it's based off a conversation. I can't remember. I know, but it was a statement that J-Bo had made. And it's like, how can you forget about the people who had the dogs? And, you know, I guess sometimes when you say that, you know, people kind of get, because you're so quick to saying, what kind of dogs you got? And they'll say, Jeep Dog, Jeep Red Boy, or Eli Boomerang. Okay. That used to work, you know, as time came on, because, you know, you start seeing certain dogs take control of certain bloodlines. You know, like a good point that he made was like Frisco and Buck Dogs. And then you had, instead of saying Red Boy or Yellow Dogs, you start saying Mayday Dogs. You know, and Mayday is one of those good examples, because think about all the people who had those dogs off for Mayday, who made Mayday, who Mayday became. Or Mayday just would have been just a great box dog. But, you know, if you paid attention to Victor's interview, you know, when we did that a couple shows ago, when Victor made that statement, at the time that he did that interview, it was only Brat and Luke Kane. He had no idea what the future of them dogs was going to look like. And I think that's important when it comes to doing, if you're trying to have some success as a breeder or just as a dog man. Because as a dog man who's just looking for good dogs, you trying to find, if I was some like us, our KP he put a lot, well, I'm not gonna say he put us under pressure, but I guess you can get to a point to where you say, I'm gonna do my job, and now you guys got to do your job, type of situation. You know, the dogs is on the ground. Now it's up to y'all to raise them, get them right, get them ready, and then show them. Okay, that was his way of thinking. Always going in. Let me throw it together, give it to them, and let them do what they do. Same thing with our proteges. Give it to them and let them do what they do. You know, a lot of people didn't have our dogs. So, yeah, our, future got better than what they was when, based on the dogs that left the yard and went in other people's hands and what they were able to do. And some of them, were able to surpass us based on what they was doing with our dogs. You know, we would have never had that grand champion under our belt if it don't be for what Most Wanted did. You know, the things that Jamie did, the things that Gameville and them boys did. See, when we pay homage to a lot of the guys in our background, because they had something to do with us understand the complexity of this dog game, because it was so important that so many people, how so many things and so many dogs can go wrong because of the person who has the dogs. And if if it's going to be all about the money, I could see why people they just take that run like that, because I'm not going to be sitting here trying to badmouth how somebody get their money, because there's always been a lot of them. But then there'd be so many of them. That's why I always looked at how the Mayday shit actually got shitty, because once the name got big, that any and everybody wanted, and any and everybody can't do what the certain people were able to do. Many people were able to do. You might have 10 people, and out of them 10 people, only it might only be one to do the right thing with it. And you're talking about maybe 20, 30 dogs. You get 20, 30 dogs that come off your yard out there in other people's hands. Do you know how quick you could blow up if your dogs was to get out there and become a success? You might not even be, heard of after them 20 get out there, but give yourself 3 to 5 years. Them 20 dogs, if they making some noise out there, they gonna make some noise about the person who put them out there. You have no choice but to go back to that person. And see, it took years for that to happen. And along the way, when you kind of giving up that kind of time dealing with these dogs, to me, that's where, if you have a respect and a love of the game, you'll pay attention to little shit like that. Because you never know when you selling puppies, which one you're giving away, which one is going to be that. It's impossible to tell. Did the pick of the litter, the one that you thought was going to be something, did he go in the right hands, or do you sit back and you save him for the right person? As a breeder, I would think they would be thinking all types of ways about, and be careful about who, they went out to. And back in the day, it was a lot of guys like that. I used to just call it, we wasn't public, so that's the term I use for people who were like that. They just wasn't public. You either had to know them very, very well, or you paid a good sum of money to get them out of their habit. Or you was a high-end person and you would just use the right person. If I was going to have anybody that was going to have my dog, it was going to be those people, these people right here. Then they showed up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to send them off the yard without something that's going to be worthy of something, because I know they're going to go do the right thing. And if the dog worth anything, they going to tell you that dog wound up shitty, or yeah, we did this and did that and did that. You know, when you can, when you can do that, and when you see that, you want to be a part of that, because at that point, if we was to sell you a dog and you go do something with that dog and you do that breeding, do a breeding with that dog, and that dog becomes a ROM or something, that shit goes a long fucking way, man. Especially when you got a couple people who can pull that kind of shit off. We talked that shit about that Walker shit because of that reason right there. How is it they was able to have all these champions on the yard, but sell so many dogs and they get off in other people's hands and you couldn't get shit. We don't say that just to be putting Welcome All down. We just say shit like that sometimes because back in our time, that's what it looked like. See, you might call it hating because we say it now. But when you living in a certain time period, things just are a lot different, when you living in the moment compared to when you having to look back on the moment. And I use that because think about how many people, Mo Bread, went down to Walker and did what he did, and a couple other people. And so it's not like it's a bad thing. That's the thing about history. As you move down, through the future, we had no ideal that was going to be like that. But when you living in the moment and these things are happening, and you're having this conversation, things look a lot different because you want to have some of that shit on the yard. So you will be one of them people that say that you was the right people and you had your hands on those dogs, and those dogs turned out to be shady. Sound crazy, but it's just a part of the game. That's why it's important that you pay close attention to what you're feeding, and is it worth feeding? There's been hundreds and hundreds of years of this concept, which always leads you back to like, what kind of guy are you trying to be? Now, over the years, you've heard of many people giving dogs to certain people, and you'll see so and so as the owner of certain dogs. So there was always some type of way guys were trying, would take and become a part of a dog, and it goes right all the way to where history doesn't change. Like, I think it was Steps and Stevenson's. I think that's right. Ozzie Steven and Billy Steps. I think that's his name. And Angus. I think it was Angus. But y'all know what I'm talking about. When you put, when you got, go ahead, Mo. I know you out there. Correct me. You there, Mo? Guess not. Mo. Guess you're not there. But y'all know what I'm saying. I think I got that right. Let me get my shout outs right quick. I see a couple people in here before I get started here. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Skip Bell. What up, fam? Yo, Havoc 360, I see you, fam. Mr. Paul Johnson, what up, fam? Let me see who else. Hey, Mo, your mic working? Cause I sure don't hear you. Let me see. Big shout out to my man. Yo, what up, though? Chico Nicholas in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Carlos Lay. What up, fam? Let's see. Big shout out to This Is Not J-Bo, aka J-Bo. What up, fam? Let me see who else we got here. Big shout out to my man, Greater Than. What up, fam? What else we got here? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Will Turner. What up, fam? Yo, the hard way. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to my main man, Casino Prayers. What up, fam? My man, Terrence V. What up, though? Yo.
Mic check one, check two. Mic check one, check two.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear you. Boy, it's loud as hell, too. All right, let me see. I did say that. Yo, big shout out to my man, the Insane Honey Badger. What up, fam? Yo, Sag for life. What up? Bam! Dina, what up, fam? Dina, I'm gonna make sure you get your hardware. I'm so sorry. I'll be slacking in my game. But I'm gonna get to that before I get too far out. Let me see who else I got here. Greater Than. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Rico Jackson. What up, fam? Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. I'll take care of you. I got you. Let me see who else I got here. Jakara. I think that Zakara Verse. What up, fam? RXN. What up, fam? I just called him RA. What up, fam? Let me see who else I got.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
My mic is working now. It's
Yeah.
Stenson and Glover. Stenson and Glover's grand champion Art.
All right.
Steps grand champion Angus.
Okay. Well, I was hoping that your mic was working so you could have saved me on that, because I knew I had something wrong, but I'm glad you got that correct. But you know what I'm trying to say. That's basically what I'm trying to say. You know, get the right people together doing the right things, shit happens. Let me see. I'm going to put that link out there. Let me see. Who else I got? The Horsepower. Yo, my main man, long-time supporter, Mr. Pierce Jackson. What up, fam? How did I miss? Big shout out to man. What up, fam? Sure, I got everybody down through here. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I'm coming.
Hey, no, you're already in. What up? What up, big bro? Come in. Yeah, hey, I'm trying to come in. Yeah, I see you. What up, fam? For y'all who don't know, we got the one and only legendary Triple M in the house. What up, fam?
Yeah, man.
Yo, you are a great example. You are perfect. Hey, J-Bo, if you could, man, I got the link down there because I'm you can go ahead and let them know, yeah, I'm biting off something that you said, and ride with it because you made a great point. But that's not the first time I've heard you say that. And I feel you on that because sometimes, people cry and be bitching, but then they just don't understand it. A bloodline ain't made off of just any and everybody. The only way it's going to really show, you got to make sure the person got to have it in them to get it done. And some people just took that shit a little bit serious than others. So I thought it was a great point and felt like that, maybe you need a little help. Well, I wanted to help you out, not that you needed, just wanted to help you out and push that forward. Because believe it or not, bro, that is one of the reasons why we kind of do this show and talk so much about them people, because we were part of a circle and had a chance to be, them guys that they would give us a dog, you know. Look how many dogs that we were given over the years that we was in this game, you know, and how people paid attention to that and didn't have problems, giving us dogs. You know what I'm saying? And I always felt like that was important for somebody to have a litter and be like, hey, twin, a litter on the ground, they ready to go, come grab you one. Or no, I got one to the side, or you stop there, look at the litter, and there's, hey, go ahead and pick one. You know what I mean? I'll let you know when they're ready. You know, when you got people that's willing to do that for you, that means you have put yourself in a great position to be able to have your hands on something that might be something, especially if you do the right thing with it and make it something. Can't do nothing but take your hat off and respect people like that. We say a whole lot of shit about Floyd and Maurice, but think about it, man. Floyd and to me, Floyd, Maurice, and them, they wouldn't have been shit if it don't be for the people who got those dogs and did the shit that they did, and can say the same thing for us, honestly. To be honest about it. So I think that part's important as far as, where your head at when it comes to being a dog man. You know what I'm saying? Even as breeders out here, is it really all about the money? You know, throwing shit together and thinking it's the hottest thing when we know, God damn it. I mean, we say we stuck in that world of, you know, papers don't make the dog make the papers. For us people that we stuck on that. Do that make us haters because we feel like that? You know, because a lot of people say a lot of shit about what the goddamn paper look like, but for some of us, you know, it don't fucking matter. On this show, we pull up a whole lot of motherfucking papers, but the goddamn, the majority of the dogs we pulling up are champions or grand champions or ROM or something. And big shout out to the Shark Tank because they understand that program when they send their shit in. Last thing we want to do is have people sending in a bunch of pedigrees of a bunch of shit, and it's just us just showing a bunch of shit. It's easier to try to get a grip, an understanding on these bulldogs when you got some kind of accolades to show the success of somebody else's work. That's what I liked about Tony Rogers, man. Tony, he was like he was like a good he had such a great eye for tagging his name on a lot of other people's work. You might have had a good dog, but you couldn't do the things that Tony Rogers could do to make your dog famous. You let Tony get his hands on your shit. Tony gonna have that motherfucker right, but you better make sure, when it comes down to fight time that Tony, he got the money because Tony used to do some crazy shit. He used to gamble in a serious way. Sometimes it got him in trouble when it didn't work, but the majority of the time it worked out for him. But he was one of them that if he had it, and we know he didn't breed it, but if he got it, he finna bring he gonna have that fire.
It
But
don't
Tony
even be his dog.
right, don't even be his shit.
Right, they just bring him. They bring it to him because they know if he's gonna take it out there, if it's that dog, it's gonna be a winner.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he's always partnering with somebody else because it's really their dog. He's just the one campaigning.
For me, he was the best at it because he was the first one I seen do the shit and didn't have a damn dime in his pocket.
That was the problem.
That was the problem. You don't know what he got in his pocket, right? You don't know what he got in his pocket
with no money. And you're going there and bet with he got a good dog too. He one of them 90%ers that gambled on himself. The guy might bet his money on the dog, but guess what? Tony ain't got no money on that dog. He going there with an empty pocket.
Come out there loaded because he in the whole time from the bottom, he betting motherfuckers. He getting his shit in. He betting and everything. But the majority of the time he could get away with it. I just happened to be around one of them nights he couldn't get away with it. It didn't work out for him. But it didn't break his stride, he stuck to what he did. Right. All right, I messed up on that one. And I'm not gonna say he was like that all the time because you would never know if he had or if he didn't. The only way that you would know is once it actually happened. And you'd be like, damn, Tony. Some people, they just wasn't on that shit. But I know him to do it a couple times. Don't take nothing away from him being who he was. He was just one of them guys that's the way he was a gambler. He was a good dog man, great dog man, legendary. That's why we talk about him. Because he was known for who he was and the dogs that he was behind. And he's one of them ones that I can talk about that in this type of conversation because if Tony came and got your shit, that meant the next man, they really had problems because most of the time he knew what he was willing to take that risk for. Because to me, he needed to know because he lucky they didn't kill his ass that one time that I was seeing it happen. He beat the shit out of him. But, it wasn't like that all the time. He would always joke with us after the fact, man, I had no money then, but, the whole time he's still covering bets from inside the box. But he was one of them 90%ers, and being one of them 90%ers, 90% of the time, he was coming out a winner. My man Will Turner said True Colors surprised a few times. Yes, sir. Funny dude. But that was the thing about him, man. He was why I loved, being around Tony because he was full of energy. Be laughing about that shit. I'd be like, damn. But hey, he's legendary because he had that eye. And a lot of people believed in him because his name is behind a lot of goddamn dogs, and them dogs were not his dogs, y'all. Big shout out to my man Clifton behind enemy lines. I see you, fam. Yo, longtime supporter, the one and only Mr. Dickie Buster's in the house. What up, fam? Let me see who we got here. And then we got Triple M in the house. So him himself, always felt like he was the monster, the main man behind, the Wall Boys.
And the Plowboys.
And the Plowboys, because, you build a relationship with these young guys and you give them dogs and it's like you know, and J-Bo, again, I'm biting off your shit. You know, J-Bo had me laughing, but it was a story that I just seen so many times. You know, we just wanted them guys, you know, when we was hanging around. But we didn't have people that we just like yard boys and shit. You know, our our proteges was just guys. They were young at the time and they were enthused about the dogs. And when they finally made it out to the farm, they just became dogmen because they had so many questions and they learned so much shit. And they was on hands with a lot of things. Like, just think about if they had never put in that time and effort, and basically the one you really had to convince was KP and Mo most of the time. You know, because they was the ones giving out dogs. I don't never remember giving nobody shit. But they was the ones that were responsible for, you know, giving that okay to give them shit. And you like, you know, J-Bo was like, you wanted to be around, and if you ain't had no dog and you wasn't doing what everybody else was doing, then you ain't got no business hanging around. And you know, you was forced to do some shit with some shit, you know, that you kind of be like, well, damn, I'm trying to get in. The only way I can get in, I gotta have some shit to get in with. And you just take what you got and you just take a chance and just jump in there. And I just thought that was funny because, you know, I know a lot of guys, man, that would be running the mo, talk about, I'm ready, twin, you know, jumping the gun, I mean, because they trying to get in, you know, and be willing to take that chance and get out there and just get their heads cracked. But I had to give them some love because they, you know, I know what that was like, J-Bo. I knew a couple that did it. We've made jokes about them doing it. They, you know, and some of them maybe coming to us, they, you know, they didn't have no choice but to hype up their dog. You know, yeah, the dog wound up being a piece of shit. But maybe, and at the time, you might think they was ready. You know, they thought they was ready. But I understood what you're saying because I never really looked at it from that standpoint. That's why they was willing to take that chance just to be able to do it. Because if they didn't have it to do, they would have never got the chance and had the opportunity to get the dogs that they wound up getting. So, because that's why, and again, big shout out to my man Aries Kennels, because he was one of them. And boy, oh boy, he rode, he when he got it right. That's why you hear us talk about Aries Kennels, because when he got it right, and he was one of them that was always around, talk dogs, and just wanted to just get out there. But he got it right, fellas. And trust me, he is another one that had a whole lot to do with our dog's success. Let me see here. My man Greater Than says, shout out to Triple M for the longevity and endurance to still be around and teach lessons and for kicking ass along the way. Triple OG. That's a big, nice shout out. That's true. I say the same thing. Let me see who else I got here. My man Chico Nicholas said, pure hustler. R.I.P. Tony. Frisco Disco Rogers, Detroit. Yes, sir. Funny dude, had some of the funniest times, best times, laughing and drinking and chilling with that brother, man. Because he was a character. But you gotta love him. And just to see you know, to look back on it, R.I.P. But and then for him to go out like he did, I mean, come on. That's big for me because, you know, that was just who he was.
He did the Kenny Allen.
Yeah, he did the Kenny Allen. But you know what? Back on it, R.I.P. But and then for him to go out like he did. How come I hear you, man? What you playing? Who's that? Is that you, Mo? Yeah, got the video playing?
Hey, twin.
Yeah. The Kenny Allen, but you know what? That's you. That's you, Eminem.
Hey, it just like my guy.
Eminem, cut your background because I can hear the show in the background.
Huh?
I can hear the show in the background.
Okay. Hey, twin.
Yeah. But you know, that's you. That's you, Eminem.
Hey. I have a friend named Big that's been with me a long time.
Eminem, cut your background because I can hear it. We can still hear the background, bro. Just cut that down for me.
Okay, hold on.
Could you hear that bigger shit, bro?
You hear me now, right?
Yeah, we can hear. Go ahead, folks. Go ahead.
I got a guy called him Big. Been around me a long time. And when he ever at anything, I don't care how they get sometimes they get a little out of hand, but he's a guy that can always bring the fun in and make you laugh. And like the old timers used to do back then. Man, this ain't that serious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even when it's going bad for him, he make you laugh. But getting back on that same thing, it's just like when my father died and things happen. Thunder Kennels, my friend that passed away a few years ago, I gave the Wall Boys, I think I gave them 13 dogs to start them off. And then the rest of that was history with them. Gave them to them.
But they know not. You had taught them enough that they knew what to do with them. Because look what they was doing prior to you giving them shit. Because it had to be something that made you want to give it to them.
Yeah. Oh, they was on the low end at the time. People was taking advantage of them. Yeah. One of those deals.
You sit back and watch that shit, huh? And you was like, okay, y'all ready? But they did a lot of listening, though. I know they did because, I had, we've had this conversation before.
Yeah.
I always wanted to know, how did you get them to listen? Because it was so controversial in the learning process. And I know it got to them times where you let them make the mistake and then you hard on them, And I think that's where you got that, you probably got that shit from your dad. Cause you would talk shit to us. And then I find it now that I would talk shit to you now when I hear you do dumb shit. I don't think I done moved up in life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cause you just didn't like that hard head shit. I heard you go off on more one day. You know what? Goddamn, I just told you. You know what, twin? You fucking hard headed. You know you hard headed. I was like, damn, Mo, what you do?
Yeah, man, telling me a lot.
Oh, he had to tell you though.
Yeah, he tell me when I'm doing wrong. Yeah, but what I'm saying is he ain't got to tell me to be hard headed because I listen. Because when you listen, that means you trying to figure some shit out. Especially when you go to somebody and you go to them with the shit that I used to go to him with. It's shit that I should have already knew, but I didn't do. He'll go back down through there and run it down. Now you know this shit, right? Okay, but that's the hard-headed part. You know it, yet you did it this way.
Mm-hmm. But when you had and it go back to that thing, man, when I kicked that dead horse again, when you was blessed to have people like my dad and Ray Long was real tight, and he just leave on the weekend sometime and go down there. Wallace, come out here many times and sit up on this car porch and talk. So to have that guidance from people like that was never ending, different people that's able to do that and was always welcome to Pat Carver's yard. And like I say, my only thing is I didn't have a tape recorder then, man, until I wasn't even younger. Than I wasn't even thinking about. You couldn't even keep up with the stuff she was talking about and laughing about. You got a chance to hear a little bit the other day, Twin, with one of the guys up north found out a little bit about some animals, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, and it was certain people around certain people all the time, you know.
Yeah.
That was a blessing to be able to be there with them.
See,
you're right, because a lot of them great dogs, you know, when you hear the underlaying of them, you know, especially with the guys who got the opportunity to get them and then they turn out and make them good dogs, you know, it's really, you know, you could be just starting off. You got the right dog, man, putting you on. Like, and there's been a lot of them, like the, you know, the Wild Boys and them, and the Plow Boys. They got their hands on the good dogs. They had it already down pat, Mike. They knew they shit, or he wouldn't have never put it in their hand.
Yeah.
The thing was, he groomed them with the right dogs. Now, do what you doing, but do it with these dogs. That's the difference. You know, some of them be having it right. They just don't have the opportunity to know what a good dog is until somebody put them on the good dogs.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't just me. I mean, you look at Thunder Kennel, you know.
Yep, Thunder Kennels, yep, Carlos, that's right.
When Carlos, you know, I'm giving him what I got. Carlos was the one to introduce me to Cone, and then all of a sudden you putting dogs in their hands too. That's right down off of Grand Champion Angus, stuff like that. So they taking that and putting that together. I mean, what else could they do?
Yeah, because we, without them being able to do the shit they do, because of your work, we talk about the Plow Boys all the time, the Wall Boys all the time, because they would. I always looked at that. That was a product of
Carlos. Now you got me. I mean, Carlos, he was a bad boy too. Now, Carlos was a busy man. They was, you know, it was just, you know, it's all about the right man with the right dog. And STP is a prime example. He bred a lot of some of his dogs, but he bought a lot of the mugs too. You know what I'm saying? And if he's out there looking for a dog to buy from you, then you know you got a good dog. And you can guarantee you if he bought that dog, that dog is gonna be something special in the right hands. I would be looking forward to seeing, you know, somebody like that buying a dog like they bought Luke Kane from D South and shit. You know what I'm saying? He knew D South had a good dog. And what did he do with it?
He went and bought that mug.
He bought it.
ProSet did the same shit.
Yep. ProSet did the same thing. He did it with May. You know, I mean, even there with Barracuda when they bought Barracuda. Now, a lot of those guys out there, they get the right dog. That's where it all count at. You know, and it's the person who's got the dog that's passing the dog down, or you buying the dog from. You know,
you have an opportunity
to the right hand. You know what I'm saying? He could have, you know, these dogs could have went into anybody else's hand and didn't have the understanding of them, and you might not even know nothing about Luke Kane.
Yeah, a lot of them dogs you might not know nothing about because of the person who had them. Yeah, compared to the right person getting their hands on them, and most of the time doing the right thing. And it just always kind of like, damn, you had a chance to do this and do that. Yep, you was in the right position. Let me give a big shout out to Anthro. What up, fam? Big shout out to City Boy Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Mike Red Boy in the house representing Shreveport, Louisiana. What up, fam? Go ahead, you guys. My buzz. Hey, man, y'all hit that damn like button. I ain't seen my man Double M, so I'm gonna hold things down until he get here. Y'all make sure y'all hit that damn like button. Bite down and hit that like button.
Oh, y'all want to get? Go ahead, bro.
I came on in and hit y'all right quick, man. I'm finna get ready. I'm finna get on this highway in a little bit, and I will chat with y'all tomorrow.
Hey man, I appreciate you dropping in, cause I knew you had to get that off your chest and shit. You know, because I was going down that line, because everybody don't know about the Wall Boys and the Plow Boys, and I'm just be, you for me, I think you were, behind their success based on the things that you did for them, and I just felt like, that was a prime example, and I'm glad you stepped in to represent, because everybody want to know how to get in. Damn, how do you get in, man? How do you get in with them type of people? You know what I mean? And J-Bo made a good point. And Triple M, he came, he kind of clarified that, because he said prior to him giving them boys dogs, they was trying to do the thing, but they was getting, the effort was there, but they wasn't being treated right. And I understand his point. Now, I'm gonna give you these dogs right here. Now you treat them right, you're gonna do something. But it had to be something that got Triple M's attention, and that's the ability to want to do something. So, Big Bro, I really appreciate you coming in, clarifying that from me, because again, we talk about them boys all the time. So appreciate you coming in and putting your 2 cents in and finna run off. But don't worry about it. I'll save you for another day. You go do what you got to do, man, and stay safe.
All right. I'll holler at y'all.
All right, Big Bro.
And I appreciate everybody, man. I appreciate the welcome when I went down to the confirmation show and everything, man. I appreciate that a lot. I want to let everybody know that was there and gave me that support, man, for me and my son. I was really appreciative of that.
Well, they got a chance to put a face to the legendary Triple M. I know you, so it's just funny to me to see you feel I know it kind of felt good, because you ain't used to that type of attention all the time, because you don't get out and be around it like that. But that's why we do what we do, because we want people to know your name out there. They just need to really, really know why we talk about you the way we do. And for there's a lot of young guys to show that love, man, just to be able to meet you. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad you gave them the opportunity.
All right, man. I'll hit you when I'm on the road.
All right, Big Brother. Let me know when you touch down.
Yeah, I'm finna sneak off.
Okay. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I always thought. Go ahead, Mom.
No, I would say that was a good one. He wanted to holler. I thought he'd be on the road by now.
Well, he's seen what the conversation about, so you already know he's gonna jump in just for that little minute, just to get it off.
I know I got my children. They just called me, Dad, your mic is not working. So I guess my kids is watching the show.
Yeah, they be in the background chilling.
Right.
But it's funny, man, that we had this conversation, because I'm telling you, J-Bo made it funny, but it's true. When you think about it, back then, even when we was dealing with them, we didn't say much. We just, because we didn't really know much, and we did a lot of listening, and putting a lot of that shit to the test.
Yeah, but a lot of those dogs, a lot of those dogs were given to me.
Right. That's what I was saying. Like, with Jesse, if we had never went to Puerto Rico and they seen what actually happened and, knew a little bit, he would have never gave us the dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's where look where that relationship took us.
Yeah.
Took us a long way, didn't it?
Same with Big Mike.
Yep, same thing with Big Mike. Having that
But
relationship
we came in the game like that. If it don't be for Sure Paul, we really ever got Solo, Bruiser, or Judo. Them dogs was given to us. Why? Yeah. Sure Paul. They believe, but whoever these guys is hanging with him, you know what I mean?
If you're hanging with Cheryl Paul, they must be about something.
Right.
And you know, and got to think about why Cheryl Paul even stopped. If it don't be for you already having that love for them dogs, you know what I'm saying? And having that conversation and felt like, you know, I'm gonna show y'all, you need to get on these type of dogs, you know, how he did that shit. You know, it's some little things, if you really trying to get in and they bring you into it. And then maybe that was why he was so quick to, you know, giving the dogs that we had. Remember, he was always the one setting up them roles and them fights. You know what I'm saying? He was engineering some shit. But we learned a lot of shit along the way then. And I think we don't put enough emphasis on that. And I don't know if it's when you out here buying dogs or you're buying them for whatever purpose that you're buying them for. But you know, you need to add those little things. And it might sound, I guess, the better you are in this game is when you can pay attention to detail. And that's just like anything in life. Detail does matter. So when you're paying attention to detail, it's little things like that. It's like, I'm, you know, gonna be real funny about who had these dogs. And in the very beginning, Stone City used to be like that. Remember, wasn't nobody holding them dogs, but all them Stone City boys that we've seen in Puerto Rico. Remember, them dogs was on a couple motherfuckers' yards. We went to a couple houses that had them Stone City dogs, all up in the mountains and shit, and they had yards full of that shit. And it was funny because then none of them, none of them know no English and shit. But they was cool as hell because they was around Tony and Jesse. I thought Stone City was a big ass kennel until I found out who was really running shit. They had a whole lot of proteges in that motherfucker.
Yeah. Yes. A lot of them guys just get, you know. Now we on the bus, y'all. So we talking in our time. So when we talk as we all know we on the bus, and y'all are in our world for these couple hours. So when we speak, you know, as we're on the bus talking about us and our time and our air, and y'all just a part of it tonight. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
No, that's on you, bro.
Oh yeah, that's just my point. You know, because I get in there, I start telling everybody. No, there's a lot of guys out there, just like our little our proteges. You know, they didn't need nothing but a little push. Once they got their eyes on the dogs and understood what they had, they knew what to do with them.
Right.
They had to teach them everything, but they taught them enough because the dog's gonna do the rest if you do your part. You know, and if it don't be for them guys, you know, I'm saying with us, like T.O. did us, he did Arsenal, and everything he was putting out there, he one thing for sure, we might have a lot of dogs with Going Hard or Arsenal Kennels, you know what I'm saying, that he literally put in our hands, you know what I mean? But in the end, his name always show up after so many damn dogs, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, how can he not be part of the system when he's the main key to the system? Because without him and him giving us these dogs, we wouldn't be able to do what we did with them.
You know, and I never known him to be talking about he's selling no damn puppies. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he had too many people he was giving them to.
Yeah. All the right ones.
That's the only way them dogs, just like us, all the white people had their hands on the dogs. They did the things that they did with the dogs. If it don't be for them, we could only go as far as our yard. Because of them, we were able to do, our dogs were able to step outside our yard. You know.
Yeah, that's one of them. They was doing the same thing on their yard that they was doing on your yard. That's where we get that shit from. If we can do it, then there should be no reason why y'all shouldn't do it. So don't leave no room for no motherfucking excuses, or you won't get no more shit.
Well,
that's how you was about it.
Shit. They was saying what they when they started breeding, they should look how they was breeding it. When they started following the leads on breeding it and getting the puppies and raising them, you know, a lot goes into that. You know, development. I mean, a lot of guys try to do it by trying to get to know the breeders. You know, my thing is get the breeder to know you. If the breeder know you, he's gonna be more capable of putting a good dog in your hand. Your money might be worth a little bit more to that dog man. If that dog man see potential in you where he has the opportunity to be able to put a dog in your hand that might become a famous dog, he's gonna get credit for it too. You know, all them dogs coming off of Mayday. Look at all the pubs that Victor got. You know,
my man Will Turner said nobody can take that away from you or the good ones on the yard, regardless of what anyone says. Respect the bulldogs we all own and used years back to keep us remembering, because that's true.
It is. Yep.
Gotta respect them, you know.
I mean, look at all the champions the chat room be throwing up. Look at all those dogs, and look at the breedings, and that's a good thing. If you look at the champions and the breedings that we be pulling up, and these are dogs in different people's hands, bred like this. They're not just winning in one particular spot. They they're showing up, the lines, the way they're breeding them. And all that becomes a conversation content when we do it on this show. And that gives a lot to the people who had those dogs. Whether it was the breeder making the moves, and then you got him, dogs getting in the other guy's hand, and they making the moves and make the dog worthy. So it goes back to the breeder. We see the champion dog, he might be by Charlie, you know, but he got the dog from this guy. This guy's breeding the dogs. You know what I'm saying? But here he is. His shit is showing up on our show. The guy who had the dog, who won with the dog, but then we're looking at the breeder and how the dog was bred. It's just like it's like a machine if it's being oiled and moved right. It takes good dogs. It takes good dogs. Man, to have those good dogs, and if you have those good dogs, and you can win with those good dogs, it goes. Everybody gets the credit. I don't take no credit away from nothing I didn't breed and I won with. You know what I mean? That's what I say. It makes my KP made me look good, and by me winning with the dogs, I couldn't do nothing but make him look good, because that's where the dogs came from. I had to be able to do it with good dogs for it to be worthy to talk about.
Big shout out to the Hardway Kennels in the house. What up, fam?
I think that's what happened in the 90s. A lot of guys started, taking over because they were getting their hands on good dogs. And the thing about it, they had those stunts. Like look at Size Them Up. Size Them Up was another good kennel. When they started getting their hands on good dogs, look what they did. Look how they came up. They're definitely worthy to talk about.
Another good one for me is Aries.
Well, Aries, Mike, I ain't never got no dogs from Aries. What are you talking
No,
about?
I'm not saying you got dogs from him. I'm talking about ain't Aries Bruce?
No, that's
What's
Apex.
Apex? Yeah, Apex. He was one that you end up. You remember he was like one of the jump in the twin. I'm ready.
Oh, he'll come on and tell you.
Yeah. Put that shit down.
Sorry. And tell you he was a student. Yeah, he'll come in and tell you he was a student, how he listened to how he came up, because he look what he did. When he did get his hands on the good dogs, boy was hard to beat.
Yep.
Then he started breeding them his damn self. I mean, when you get them and you winning with them, then you're going to learn how to breed. Especially when you already know what it looks like to have a good dog. If you want to have a good dog, then you just a couple steps away from having a great yard. You know, you just got to pick your choices. And when you're buying those pups, everybody, look how many pedigrees we pull up, y'all. You know, when we be pulling up these pedigrees, we see pages of these dogs having all these puppies. 90% of those dogs on those pedigrees are this dog's bred good. Remember, we go through all those pedigrees to pull out the winners. You know, we want to see the winners and how they breed. And so, you know, when we're looking at the winners, we're looking at the people who winning with them. And then we're looking at the people who bred them and how they was bred. You know, those are key pieces to the statement you and J-Bo made, because that's what it really boils down to. It's all to me, part of the formula. Formulas only work for those dogs to get out there and put that work in to make that kennel look good, make that breeder look good. So many dogs don't make it. You see more dogs out there when we looking at them pedigrees that don't make it. They just bred like them dogs. You know, you got litter mates that never did shit. You know, he just a litter mate to a great dog. That's all. He just a litter mate to a great dog. And you know, and a lot of people will breed to that, just on that fact alone. Maybe they can't get to the champion, but I take a chance with his brother, or I buy a puppy off the sister. You know, those are just it's like I said, there's so many good kennels out there that came up, like the boys Mardi Gras. They were some good ones that came out of nowhere. You know, Most Wanted. They wanted to match dogs. Okay. That's what they wanted. They wanted to do that, and they was buying the right dogs. And once they started winning with the right dogs, they were doing what they wanted to do, and that was match dogs.
Big shout out. Hold on. Big shout out to the divas in the house. I see you. Melee. What up, fam? Go ahead, bro.
You threw me off. I don't know where I was at.
The right dogs. You know, when certain people got them right dogs, they did some shit with them.
Yeah. And that's what it's all about. I mean, that's what we be doing when we be pulling them up and looking at these pedigrees. When we be talking about bloodlines, look what we looking for. Look at what we looking at. We can go in them pedigrees, and all we looking for is the ones that was winning. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that matter, right? Me myself, I like to look up some, because that's what I like doing. But when it comes down to the moral note of it, all them guys and all those great dogs out there from kennel to kennel is out there winning with those dogs and breeding those dogs where they continue to win. And our time that made them legendary or dogs worthy for us to be talking about, you know, they all got, I can guarantee you, they all got that same story where somebody came along and put them in the right direction, and they took that narrative and made it work for them.
Yeah.
You know, once you got a good dog, you know what a good dog look like. It really is hard for you to get beat. J-Bo can vouch for that. A lot of us in this room can vouch for that. When you know what a good one look like, there's nowhere in the hell that you're supposed to be able to have anything worse than that on the yard. You know, everybody don't make the team, but at least you know when you got guys out there like them Kennels was winning them 90% shows, some even better than that, and had all those great dogs and big winners and shit like that. STP is another prime example. You know, STP matched dogs, period, flat out. That's just bottom line. He matched dogs. And then,
Super
you know,
Kennels.
and here's the other funny thing about it, about STP. What are we talking about? STP, John Beam is all he used. You know, John Beam has used the treadmill. What we call John Beam is lazy. Which one? Anybody in this room call John Beam is lazy because he didn't never walk a dog. He probably walked one out, but he never walked a dog. Y'all need to really find out how John Beam has conditioned all those great dogs. So I can put that into that dumbass conversation like, if you ain't out moving your dog, won't work like that, you're lazy. Well, John Beamer didn't do half of that shit, y'all. He kept his shit on the mill. He did all the right things, but he didn't walk shit. He didn't push shit on a bike. You know what I mean? He even have an electric mill. He didn't have no cat meal. The man was up in the city. Now, so for anybody talking about if you ain't doing it this way, you ain't doing it that way, all I can say to you is STP. And I hope that makes you really sound foolish because all them champions and all them winning dogs that man had, that kennel had, and none of them old men was out there doing shit but working the hell out of them dogs inside. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Big shout out to Double M Desbo. Bite down and shake that like button. What up, fam? I was holding it down while you was gone, fam. I was waiting on you. Big shout out to my man Guy Ghostin coming in with a 10-piece, showing that mad love.
Shit, when they taught me the damn meal, when they taught me that electric mill thing and that pace, shit, call me lazy. And even I still would take one, put on them weights and get out there and ride that bike. I could tell you. I have right there on there and be out there on that bike. But did I have to go out there every night? Nope. Nope. I had a mill and I had an electric mill. And back then I had a bicycle. No cat meals, no carpet meals, none of that. The key is to bring your dog in shape. A lazy ass man can still have great dogs and kick your ass. You know what I mean? Easily. Ask STP. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of other guys out there that probably, like James Crenshaw said, he walked 10 miles every day. Y'all can believe that shit if you want. The man can barely walk good. But he was one hell of a dog man. But don't you even think that man didn't have them dogs on them meals. There's no way you're going to tell me, even though his key said he walked 10 miles every day. No, he didn't. Larry Combs, another one, with all the great dogs he had. You think Larry Combs was out there doing 10 miles or doing anything like that? He didn't have a cat meal either. He had a treadmill. And I can tell you one thing, a lot of the guys back in our time didn't do a whole lot of flirt work. They sure as hell didn't. They throw their ass on them meals and put that shit together. You better ask Ricky Jones. Go up in his spot. That man had down there like 16 goddamn treadmills up in his shit. Do we call him lazy? You know what I'm saying?
See, them comments is just meant for the people who don't know no better. But for the people who know, you just be like,
No, you be hearing these people make them little comments and guarantee they ain't the ones that make it. I can guarantee you, I know they ain't never matched a fucking dog. Not as many dogs that I've seen guys out here matching. Every damn one of them going to either have a cat meal, and you know us call us just real lazy one, because I really got lazy towards the end because I went strictly for pace with my killers. And I throw their ass on that electric mill and wind that mug up. You know what I mean? I couldn't ride my bike fast enough to make them dogs sprint like that. I couldn't get my dogs to get on the mill and give me the sprint that I wanted to see and maintain it at the pace that I wanted, unless I put them on the electric mill. You know what I'm saying? That electric mill, bad motherfucker, if you know how to use it. If you don't know how to use it, I'm pretty sure you can sit back and talk about it like, you know, it's not good to have, but these are things that you know, you start figuring out, just like y'all was saying about, you know, putting the dogs in the right hand. You know, if I was to grade everybody who I seen the one the good dog from me, you think I'm gonna ask them questions about, well, if you're gonna take your dog out, what you gonna do? You're gonna use a meal, you're gonna do a lot of flirt work, what you gonna? I'm gonna be lazy, man. I'm gonna just get me 2 meals and work them like that. Is that going to stop me from giving them a dog or selling them a dog? Not to me. Man, that's kind of lazy, ain't it? What's lazy about it? It's smart to me. Because of how you do it, whatever apparatus you do it with, the whole point of the matter was, when it came time your ass to show, did you do your part? It's going to tell us that night.
Exactly.
Because of how you did it. So anybody to be talking that lazy shit, there's a whole lot of great kennels that look at you like you don't know what the hell you talking about, because that is not a smart statement to call somebody lazy. And definitely ain't showing like you know what you're talking about, because you don't.
Big shout out to my man, Talking to City Kennels. I see you, fam. SBC. What up, though?
Anybody got a comment to bring that up? Go ahead.
My man, Mr. Will Turner, says, shout out to the people that said don't breed that shit, only to prove them wrong. Later on, same people saying, what that stuff? LOL, I'd like to get me one of those. Good old days.
Oh, yeah, for real. For real. Yeah, you right about that.
Back up there, yeah. Because it's easy to talk that shit. I'm telling you, man, talking that shit is a whole lot different than doing that shit. Big shout out to my man. RA said, thanks, JSK. I've been saying that to them old heads wasn't doing on that 10, 20 mile walking they claim. Hell no. RA said they wasn't doing that.
They wasn't doing it. No, before the electric mill, everybody was treadmilling. Everybody was treadmilling. And that was the name of the game. Treadmills. Better ask Gambler. He ain't selling all them damn treadmills for nothing back then. Shit. You know, Red River Curly, he wasn't selling all them mills for nothing because everybody don't use the mill. That's lazy when you're using the mill. Or that's lazy when you're using an electric mill. Better ask John Bemis and them, like I said. And I'm pretty sure, you know, you go over there and check with great kennels like Super Kennels, Strictly Business, or right there in the city. I know a couple bad boys out there that did nothing but mill work. Shit, old motherfucking Big Apple. You know, he went out there with Hunch every day, walking some shit, or putting him on a treadmill, letting Hunch run the way he want to run. Because of how they is on that meal, you still got to get to work out that animal. You got to get to work out that animal. They don't have to be, you know, outside riding on the bike or running or flirting a couple hours. It don't matter how that dog is being worked, as long as he come in right. How about
my man Union County Kennel said many people wish they could beat STP or Rebel Kennels back in the day.
For real?
See, you beating big names when you beat people like that. That's the shit you pop your collar on.
No shit. Rebel Kennel had a bunch of dogs on that damn. He had a bunch of damn meals. He always kept shit going.
And that's another thing about Ricky. When he bought one and it was gonna be right.
Look, he always bought one. And Kenny Allen's another one. Come on, Kenny. Come on, y'all. How the hell do y'all think he was really conditioning Tornado? Kenny now. Man, you know damn well Kenny was lazy as hell. Tornado did more work than Kenny ever did. Okay? And I can tell you that for a fact. McNasty and them, they didn't get out there, man. There's too much goddamn. They did a lot of their dogs in the wintertime. Now, how in the hell you going to tell me all them dogs that they were doing in the wintertime, they wasn't out there in that snow? I know I was. There was many days I was out there booted up, big boots, big ass jacket and everything, walking the damn dog, not knowing no better, trying to do what I was doing down there in the summer and the fall. Shit, I got that damn other meal and then got even lazier, if you want to say that, once I got my hands on the electric meal. You know, listen to the meal maker. Meal maker made that one thing, and I noticed all of them was doing it. All of them was doing it. Supernat was doing it. Stone City was doing it. Hardcore was doing it. Abraham was doing it. You know, BLB, they doing it. LOCTITE and them was doing it. I noticed they all had that one word that I hear very little of, that pace. You know, once I figured out the trick to the pace, that's what a lot of good kennels get your asses on. That's what it be. They put the pace in their animals because they know they can get a good hour pace out of their dog. I mean, stress that dog where his body is built to be able to do a fast pace, maintain a pace for an hour. And that's the key to it. You can maintain a good pace with a good dog, you're going to see a short fight. You're going to see a short fight. All of them. Maybe I'm saying something I shouldn't be saying out there in the dog game world, but I'm telling you, it was part of a mathematical formula that I seen them all do. You weren't going to see their asses running hot 15 minutes. You weren't going to see their asses running hot for 30 minutes. Shit. Most of the downtime, they was in a good position around. If they had to go out, they was in a great position to win because they were probably on top just a matter of time because they had the wind and the strength in the air to continue. And at the pace they was going, they tired that other dog out. Dog couldn't keep up. Good as he was, he probably was just as good as these dogs, but they just couldn't hang in there. You know, once you hit that wall, you ain't got but so many times before you start hitting that wall and you can't recover from that wall, especially when you got one that's not giving you a break. Every time you take a rest, you got to get back up on your damn feet and stop trying to get killed. And a lot of them was doing that. You know? Oh, we got somebody saying something good up here.
Hold on. Big shout out to Horsepower. I see you, fam. Truck stop in the house. I see you, fam. Who's that else out there?
No, I was reading that one right there.
My man Sabir. What up, Sabir? He said, mentors told me that I ever show concern for what another man doing with his hound, I will no longer have a yard to come to. Our business is here. Our obligation is to each other. But first to our dogs. That statement right there, Shabir, need to be on a big ass plaque on every Dogman shit. Because that's first and foremost. Your concern should not be on what the other man doing. Your biggest concern better be what you doing or what we doing. And that, and that takes me back to, having the right people around you, because the only time that shit works is you got to have the same minded people thinking the same way and be just as dedicated and paying attention to the detail as you are. Anything short of that, shit always go wrong. And this game ain't right here is not one that you want to be making a lot of mistakes in. You know what I'm saying? Pick the wrong person, bring the wrong person, hanging out with the wrong person will have you fucked up. It was like that back then, and I think it shouldn't be no different now. I ain't talking about loyalty right now. This don't have nothing to do with loyalty. This has a lot to do with relationships. To me, business is business. And in business, I don't look, when I'm doing business with somebody, it ain't about the loyalty. Business is business. And that means, most business is based off an agreement, some type of contract. And you fuck up based on anything in that agreement, that contract becomes non-void, which means your ass is through. So I always felt like loyalty and honesty, yeah, they work for friends. Integrity and honesty works great in business. The loyalty, I always felt like I'm loyal to my brother. I'm loyal to my KP because he's still my family member. Everybody else, at any given time, that switch could go off and it wouldn't have nothing to do with loyalty, because I'm looking for you to first break the first two rules. Be dishonest, you know what I'm saying? And can't be trusted, type of shit. Or you do somebody else wrong. If you do it to them people, that means you'll do it to me type of shit. This dog game has had all them kind of people, man. You don't have friendships to fall apart behind some of this shit. But then we pay attention to we talk about the ones that got it right. The ones that, based off of things that they did, the combination, it worked out, because we might have been the breeders of shit, but it still takes other people to make that shit, worth talking about. A lot of noise going on over there, bro. Let me see who else I got here. Big shout out to the Cannabis Cowboy. Cowboy, I seen you, fam. I didn't want to. I was late on that, but I see you, fam. Okay. Okay, what else I got going here? Mo, I hear you typing over there, bro. You got something you finna pull up, bro?
No, just looking.
Okay.
No, I was just looking at pulling up some of these kennels, and the kind of dogs that they was working with. I was gonna just start throwing them up,
Yeah.
It's better to show the work and prove that in the work, So you ready? I'm ready to throw me a pedigree up, man. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on you, man. My man Cannabis was like, shit, y'all got me bent. I feel you, Cannabis. You got me bent. Union County said best condition I ever saw was T-Mac with Chocolate Man.
I haven't seen a lot of them in great condition. You know that that match with Radar Martel, them dogs was in great condition.
Great condition, man. Great condition. Man, I don't know, Mo. I didn't see that goddamn Gator dog was in some goddamn good condition too.
Yeah. I mean, that was a fast-paced match for 2 hours and 30 minutes. Them dogs it was unbelievable. That's all I can say.
No out of holds, no sleeping and laying around, no nothing.
Just banging.
Constant banging. That was some, but see, that's what took me back to the Radar Martel, because that was my very first time seeing that type of shit. You know, we done seen a lot up to that Radar Martel situation. And, you know, always about that hour 10, hour 15, how shit slowed down. And then, you know, somebody the top dog, and all of a sudden, 15 minutes later, the bottom dog become the top dog and shit. But it was them down moments in between. And them two fights with Psycho and the Gator Dog and that Radar Martel, that was straight all out war. Non-stop, fast pace. That's what I call great conditioning, because shit, 30 minutes is a long time. But 2 hours plus doing that, that's amazing. And fellas, I ain't talking about no laying around shit. I'm talking about full go.
Well, no down dog or, you know, taking a break. None of that for 2 hours and 30.
None.
Just blow, back to blow. Everybody throwing blow. And I'm throwing up Awesome Beast. Y'all see that Awesome Beast stuff, y'all? These are some guys here, you know, that once they got in, they ran with it. They didn't need no help. All they needed was the right dogs. And this is not the only dog that, you know, but this is more of the famous dog. You know, he did get dog. He actually really shared dog of the year. Once they got it right, you know, he did share dog of the year. They came back the following year. I think they gave it to him. But yeah, this is a good one.
Yeah. Size them up. They got real popular based off not just by him though.
They had a lot of good ones. They had a lot of good dogs. I'm trying to find some. Here go one. I'm gonna go through a couple of them because I'm gonna show you how they was. Here's another good one. And if you look at who they breeding they shit to, I mean, this is when you got the good kennels hooking up with each other. You know, Strictly Business was another badass kennel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But look at that breeding. 40 minutes, 53 minutes, an hour and 28 against some of the best competition in the Northeast. Well, that's for sure. There was a lot of kennels in the Northeast, you know, over there in that area there where we didn't have too many slack kennels anyway. I mean, there was good kennels everywhere when you start talking about the Northeast. That would include Chicago, Ohio, PA, New York. Man, those were some hot spots.
And keep it quiet as, you know.
In Jersey, forgot Jersey. I don't want y'all getting mad at me.
No, Mo, the one I was going to trip out on is the Connecticut area. up there where Angel was.
Oh yeah, yeah. Angel and dude, TKO. He was up there up there in the north.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they was getting it in fiercely up that mud, boy.
I mean, that's what all of them was. That's why they was matching their dogs at in that area.
Yeah.
TKO, Angel, all them was up in that area. Buffalo, I mean, New York, period. Jersey, period. The state. I mean, there's all nothing but good competition. Big Apple.
Silver Car, before he left the States, he was in that Philly, up in that Philly area doing that, you know, getting it in.
I mean, just another good kennel. But look how he bred. You know, they start winning with their shit, and now they breeding their shit. But yeah, look who they breeding it to. Another good kennel. Strictly business. We go pull up. I'm messing with size them up kennels right now, but I can do the same thing I'm doing with size them up and go to and run over there to strictly business and do the same thing. If I can pull up the Mardi Gras, you know, and the dogs that they had, you know, I can show you the same thing. Crane Valley, same thing. Crane Valley, same thing. You know, these are all good kennels that once they got the right dogs, oh, it was on and popping. But look at their breedings. Look at their breedings, though. 1 in 20 minutes at 47. 1 in 20 at 47. 1 hour at 40. And 43 minutes from behind for his championship. Okay, I guess he came from behind to win. Must have been the game that sent him.
Yeah, he was on a killer.
But even still, he's still a Stone City Mayday cross, though. He not only a Stone City Mayday cross, he a hardcore cross. And he that Smith and Walton Fox and shit. Oh, Chewy down here. Got that bottom side looking like the old good shit. And look at that top shit. When them boys was really out there. That Smith and Williams, them was dog men right there. Smith and Walton. That's them old school dog men.
Powerhouse.
Powerhouse, yeah. But you can tell by the breeding, you know, look at the guys. These are good old boys. One time winning 2 hours beat toe to toe, okay? Well, he definitely had the gameness to do it, though. You know, this is another kennel we hardly ever talk about. You know, old Smith and Williams, Smith and Walton, these dogs here. You know, Heinzu and Carver dogs.
I see that Ruben registered merit.
Oh, yeah.
You can see why.
One time winner, one time loser.
You can expect that out of them black dogs. I mean,
Eli dogs.
They're gonna talk that shit. You know they're gonna
talk about that shit. You already know.
I'm just bringing it up so it don't have to be on you this week. They can say Twin said no, say the right one. Mike said that shit because you always say it. You feel the same way I do about them Eli dogs sometimes, man. Them cars. You're gonna find that one L, but don't take nothing away from them because they bring in the pain.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't believe how people get all upset about that shit. But it's the facts. You know, how many times we done shared that shit and showed it?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't say everyone. We said the majority.
Look at man T.L. Williams. Look at his dog, looking all nice and pretty. He's a hell of a conditioner. Don't be sleeping on him.
He was at one of our shows before.
Mm-hmm. You can tell that's in his younger years. He's still, you know what I mean? He ain't no little dude. He's tall.
Sure. My man Sabir said, man, I don't know about now, but back then I was proud to be a yard boy because I knew what it truly meant. That's why I show shame when telling my story. I wore that title with my chest out.
Okay.
Ain't no wrong with it. Some of us got to do what we got to do, Sabir. You know what I'm saying? Some of us was just lucky, you know what I mean? But, you know, I don't have nothing against nobody that yard boy shit. Even though we just never had none, it's just
I did.
Guys,
I have my neighbors.
Well, yeah, because they was your neighbors and they just like playing out in your yard. Remember, they could get as many oranges and tangerine. Remember, they were just
like being on the yard.
Yeah, they was just good little kids that lived next door to you and all them dogs and Ringling Brothers. They could play in your yard where they couldn't play in the Ringling Brother people shit. You know?
Nigga, this one right here. A 3-time destroyer open to the world for years with no takers. Look at the pedigree. You still see some of them old common dogs down there. Fitzwater, Scody. They go that hard bully son, Junior. Old Stomper. You know, we still pulling up champions though, y'all. You know, different names. See that? Different names. We don't even know. We know Mayfield, but we don't know Stockton. We don't know Mack. We don't know Jones. We don't know none of them guys. But these two dudes right here, they ought to be proud. That have Smith and Walton with Tootsie Roll. You know what I mean? That's the kind of shit that I be speaking on. You know, that's just one of them. You know, I'm gonna go back in here and dive in here and see if I can find another. That was 2 champions coming off of me with some good crosses. They go Dirty Red. Special thanks to City Streets, Fast and Furious, and Size Up. We love our Jip. Here go another one. Got him a good Jip. Got him a good Jip. Three-time winner, 3-time best in show.
My man Armin in the house. What up, Armin? Armin said that Martell radar was a classic.
It sure hell was.
Yeah, the hell it was. Hey, one of the best ones I've ever seen.
Outside the one I was in, I felt like I was the Abraham that night. I swear to God, I did. I sure did.
317. Yeah. Prior to that one, that Radar Martell was the best fight, you know, though I was like, yeah, that's a classic. Until we hit that Gator and that Psycho. That's the only one, and maybe I'm biased, but you know, that was a great fight too. That was a classic, just to be able to say that we was even a part of something like that.
Yeah. Because them 2 dogs was bulldogs.
Yes, it was.
Just like Radar Martell, them dogs was in it.
Yeah, but they did a lot of goddamn scratching no more.
Yeah, they sure did.
Some of them goddamn handles that's why, you know, Abrahams was some bad motherfuckers when it came to that damn handling. Shit, them boys was doing some fantabulous handles.
Hey, Armin, would you say when the scratching started, it gave them a little edge on Martell? You know what I mean? Because they was the reason why they called Radar. We got a chance to see what that mean, why they called that dog Radar.
He got locked in.
The scratching changed the whole, you know, that's when it started getting, you know, because Radar was just what they called him, Radar. He is going to scratch. I wouldn't give a damn, and he is going to be focused on every scratch. In our match, we didn't have no scratching because they didn't give us no room to get a scratch off. Damn, turn didn't come until 3:15. No out of hole, no nothing. These two dogs just right there in the middle, just busting each other up. Non-stop. Just like they was when we first released them. They was doing that shit for 2 hours and 30 minutes. It was like, you know, that's the one thing that I had the opportunity to see that, you know, when I look at Radar Martel's match, and I used to think that was one of the greatest matches I had an opportunity to see. But to be a part of that Gator Dog and Psycho and the pace that those dogs was fighting at, and both of them was biting too, and the way they was busting each other up, never giving up an inch. I mean, they was just swinging for 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Armin said, you are absolutely right, Mo.
Yeah, hey, I'm telling you, because that's where I saw that. Once they got Radar in that corner, you know, that kind of hurt Martel, because there was a reason why Radar's name was Radar. Because, boy, he scratched hard and he was knocking the damn shit out of goddamn Martel. He was punching him. I mean, he was not playing. Even when they tried to let him go early, it didn't matter. Radar was coming and he was going to make him pay every time he scratched. And it knocked a lot of sparks out of Martel. In the end, that's what it was. Those scratches, boy. And you know he had to be in great shape because Martel come out that corner coming 90 miles an hour. Wasn't no trotting, wasn't no galloping. That motherfucker coming out of that motherfucker, they got the right name. They had the perfect name for him because every one of his scratches was hard, fast, and with intensity.
Intensity, yeah. Hey, big shout out to my man Pitwise Kennel. He says, sup, fellas. Hope if you guys are near Eastern North Carolina, you can make it to the APDR show tomorrow in Stokes, North Carolina. Fellas, if you got Facebook, go to the APDR. If you need some information on the show, hey, represent. Remember, don't talk about it, be about it. Show up, show out. What up, Pitwise? Appreciate the info, fam. Cause I had totally forgot. I don't know why we wait till the last minute. We supposed to have the whole thing done up. Cause them are people over there.
If they give us the advertisement, we would start advertising it over here on our show. We know we'll do it for them.
Yeah, we need to get over Justin. We be out of it. You know how he's so busy. We need to
I
make that.
got LOCTITE mic on the phone, Mike.
No shit. Okay, hold on. Go ahead. Take care of that while I deal with this.
Yeah, mute me.
Got you. Rico said, just give me the brat and a badass smell. I would have had a badass yard back then, twins. You ain't lying, man. But you know what? Back then, it was some other shit on the yard. Brat, she was just part of, kind of remember when she was the old bitch on the yard. Her and Pretty Mama was the old motherfuckers on the yard. They had all them young motherfuckers had to deal with them. Dogs like Psycho and them. Red Man. All them young puppies coming up, they had to deal with them dogs, man.
Hey, Mike, do me a favor. Put the link down there right quick.
Okay, hold on.
I won't even say who it is until I get a chance, until you hit that link. I'll see him in the studio, then I'm going to believe.
Okay, it's down there.
Okay.
My man Armin said, tell LOCTITE. I said, what up? We're trying to get him on, Armin. Let me see here. What else we got here? Now y'all know, you think about it. I was like, this conversation had a whole lot to do with something my man J-Bo said. And to see the, there's a lot of guys who, take this game serious. I mean, really, really serious that, they understand where we're coming from when we had these type of conversations. You know what I'm saying? And for my old dog, man, you know, I know they got to feel the same way because sometimes, it takes them back to know they wasn't the only ones that, that felt like that. Because, back in the day, you really didn't share much information. I mean, get to the cookout, everybody, we're going to talk shit. But see, that's where the bulldog come in because, you're going to represent your shit, your work, you know what I mean? And sometimes, things got loud, but that's just how you bulldog. I just always took it, that's just the way they talk, you know? But I always felt like if you're not passing it forward, or being able to pass your work forward, your shit gonna die. Cause how good your shit is, if somebody ain't doing something to make it worth talking about going into the future, that's just gonna disappear. And I just always felt fortunate enough to be able to have people who could take this shit and ride out with this shit and then have good dogs still 20 and 30 years later because, people feel the same way about they shit that we felt about our shit. And you think as we pass it down, and like even down to my son, and he in a totally different area, and the dogs that got by in his hands and went into other people's hands, and then they did they shit, and then it turns all the way back around, and now they giving me shit.
Hey Mike, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, when he hit the link, right, where's it supposed to take you?
When he hit the link, it'll take him into the backstage. He did tell him this.
When you click on that link, it should take you into the backstage. Right there where it says StreamYard.com, that's the link.
Yeah, just hit that and then talking from there because, it's going to come up and he going to activate his mic and,
Then you'll be able to activate your mic. It'll take you backstage.
And his camera, and I'll see him and I'll bring him in.
Yep.
Just hit the link.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. What was that I just did? Hold on. Oh man, Will Turner said, Sean, get off my keyboard, man. Sean B. What up, Sean? Man. Will, y'all need to get 2 keyboards and something because what is y'all waiting on, man? I mean, I got Will and Sean. Shit.
Okay, when you get backstage, you'll see where you want to cut the.
Let's see what else we got here.
Yeah, right there where it says live chat, you'll see that link.
Divas, I've been checking you out. That's how you do it. Be proud of that shit. Rep that shit hard. Yeah. Man, Kennels Cowboy said, I seen a good head dog stop a 2-time winning killer. Hey, Cannabis, I'm telling you, man, Judo beat one going for his championship. Not him. The dog, his second win was the dog that was going for his championship. Supposed to have been a stone killer. And Judo had his ass out of there in 40 minutes. And the thing was, this dog was supposed to be so motherfucking rough. His name was actually he did end up picking up his championship. His name was Jughead. Supposed to have been a stone killer. And that's when I realized just how good judo was and just how good I knew Mo to keep was getting better. Because judo rolled that head, man. I'm talking about everybody who's seen that fight, they was amazed because this dog walked the walls. That killer was pushing him, tried to back him in the corner, and he was walking down the pit walls. Back legs all up on the wall, front legs all the way behind his back like he was skating. Man, when all four of Judo's feet hit that flow, it was over. And that's how I knew judo. I mean, we always knew judo could bite. You know what I'm saying? Look how he was bred. Mouth wasn't the problem. You know, that head riding shit, it was always one of them, people are like, oh, he's the ear sucker, you know what I mean? He's the ear sucker. Well, let me tell you something. Robert T was an ear sucker too, and he was a 9-time winner. I mean, a good head sucker will discourage a dog, man. I mean, it will discourage them. They can't do nothing. And judo would grab, I mean, he just wouldn't have an ear. He would literally have the whole side of your, ear and your face, that whole jaw area, and would shake the shit out of it. And biting. I thought he crushed the dog's skull. Because that's one of the things that he never seen him do nothing different through all the roles, through the 3 matches that he had. Because remember, we went into champion Red Dog back in the day, and I think Mama always tell you that was another dog's litter mate, but
Champion Stein.
Yeah, it was Champion Stein's litter mate. But judo, we picked judo up. Judo didn't quit. So he had a lot going for him. And yeah, a head dog is woo. You get the right one, you got problems.
Yeah, Robert T made a career of that shit. And when they put a head dog, when they put Duke on him, Duke turned into a head dog on Robert T.
And discouraged his ass.
Yep.
Especially he must have been biting too, because they don't, I never seen nothing hurt judo to where judo ever came where it phased him, even when he was fighting the big dog. He was giving that big dog a run for his money.
It might.
Yeah.
Throw the link up again.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, we're still trying to get him in.
Hey, is he actually, the link should be where he could just click on it though, right? I'm not, hold on, let me look for myself. Let's see here. Trying to get to the chat. Yeah, he should be able to just hit that link, man. And it should take him right there.
Yeah, you talking about the link where it says HTTP, right? All you got to do is hit that, or just hit the link, hit the thing.
No, it should just hit the link, because it's lit up to where all you got to do is hit it. Now I'm in YouTube on my phone, so I don't know how it shows up out there based on where he using. But if he hit that link, it should take him into the backstage of the studio. Yeah, once he activate the mic and stuff.
Lit up on your page. Are you on your computer? You on YouTube?
Yeah, then he should be he in the chat.
Yeah, if you're in the chat in YouTube, that link should be lit up, or as soon as you hit it, it'll take you backstage.
Mr. Turner said, Ming Man champion Tweet was a bad head dog, just like IBM. Good damn head dogs get in that ear cavity. Man, let me tell you, I mean, especially when they got a mouth, man, because I know judo had a mouth because he ripped Blood's head off. took the whole site, but it never ever got back right. I mean, and it was them deep gashes because Mo ended up putting blood back together. But I remember it took a long time because I mean, he was bit in there so damn deep. That's how I knew, you know, seeing the after effects. I knew judo could bite. Because boy, he put one on blood, and we never did blood after that. Sabir said, especially when they the ones that grab that snout and tear that mouth up, Mike. Mouth, face, and head. Oh my. Oh my. Yes. Oh my. You know, I tell you, I seen a dog fight back in the day. Fight Buck Rogers, tried to fight Buck Rogers in the face. And I think that was my first time, you know, being like, oh shit. You know, here go a nasty ass face dog. And man, I was so happy to see him weather that shit. Because I knew he had a mouth. You know, generally when a dog go in another dog's mouth and they crunching, you know, what'll make him come out, you know what I mean? And I seen what made him come out. I seen Bud Rogers roll all the way on his back and then come up and slam the dog over on the all the way across his body and came out of that mouth hole, and it was over after that because he went that back in and it was over. But he didn't panic. You know, I've seen him get discouraged behind that ear sucking ass shit. And a good face dog shit, Yellow Dog is a face dog. Nasty with it. Nasty. I'm terrible nasty. One that you just hate. Oh, hell no. No, you know, them ones who that's just their style. Fuck a leg, fuck a stifle, fuck a chest. They don't have no problem going up in your face. Them the ones, you know, you in for a rough day. Like, boy, I hope you gain. You know, especially when you got that one trying to get you out and you get to hearing that protesting. Get him out. You man, if you the other man, you be like, well, get him out. He can't. This is a specialty. This, you know, that's when you got them ones that this is how this they style. Just rip your face off. Oh, hey, he still having problems, Smoke? Just tell me where the link is going to. Like Tad, I'm trying to get you in, fam.
Yeah, I told him if he's on live chat on YouTube, he should be able to click on it and it should bring him right into the backstage.
Yeah, if he can get beyond just the mic and the video and putting his name, like type of name in, and then in the studio, we can talk him through it if you pick it up in there. Big shout out to Cosmo. What up, fam? Let me see who else I got here. Unicorn said Heifer was a real good dog.
Yeah, but I mean, look what Strictly Business is doing though. You know, and look what size up in them is doing. You know,
they did a lot of business with Strictly Business. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I be wondering how. Yeah, because they, you know, look how they came up. Remember, they came up kicking ass though.
Besides, no, they did. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, they did.
They came in working, but shit, if they were working with strictly business, then they learned from a damn good kennel.
Yeah, because look at the people they got. Look at the people they got in touch with. Where they could get their hands on them dogs. It had to start somewhere. They just didn't come in with Stone City.
Stone City.
Yeah,
they got awesome beasts.
Yep.
Once you get your hands on them, then it's on from there. Hey, I wanted to ask Armin why he in the room. If he's still out there, huh?
Hold on one second. I got my man Vance 305. What up, fam? He said, tell him it's easy to keep camera on and just don't show his face. Yeah, if that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah, well, I can't. If I get him in the backstage, I can tell him to cut the camera off.
Yeah, I haven't even seen him pop up yet. I don't know how far is he getting. Did you call him? Go ahead.
No, well, I think he's trying to use it on his phone. Get back into YouTube. Oh,
okay. We'd love to have him. My man Sabir said, Mike, I really think they waste ones because faith, mouth, and head dogs are rare. Yes, sir. I mean, good ones are, especially when they have an average to good mouth. Now, if they like sharks, it's subject to be a long night. I done seen a lot of them, man. So I mean, that crunching and all that shit, that mouth work, boy. Look, who doing the damage when they whoever come out first. Cause I done seen some go up in the mouth and wish they had never got up in there. I done seen some that had, that you pay for doing that type of shit.
They bottom jaw broke.
Getting that bottom jaw broke, boy.
Yeah.
And
they're trying to grab that nozzle, that muzzle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dog got his mouth. He got his bottom of his mouth inside that dog bottom of his jaw. He in real trouble.
Real trouble. And it because you start seeing that top, that top trying to come off, because he's trying to get out of there.
Come out that nose because that bottom jaw messed up and he can't get off.
He can't get out of there. Yeah, I've seen them kind, boy, and boy, you in trouble. Yeah, it's going to be a long night, boy, because he got that.
Some dogs that use that as a trick.
Yeah.
Go for my mouth. I'm gonna break your jaw. I'm gonna teach you about going on my face.
Mm-hmm.
They get right up in there and try to get that mouth, that bottom of that bottom jaw. And if he can bite, he gonna make him pay for grabbing him on that muzzle. Yeah, I done seen some get their jaw broke, and then you wonder why they ain't got no mouth. I done seen some that couldn't even close their mouth after that dog came off.
Mm-hmm, just hanging.
He's still trying to go though. Can't bite nothing. But that be those smart dogs that's able to do that. If you're a smart dog, they most of them, if you got a hard mouth, he has to learn the dog gonna be grabbing him in his face because he bites so hard. And if he's a real rough dog, he gonna learn to be able to deal with dogs that's always gonna resort to biting his face because he either got a leg trying to break it, or he's up in a chest trying to snatch it off, or he's probably back there in that back end trying to flatten your tires. Rough dogs always gonna get that face attack, even with a dog that don't usually want to go in your face. He resorts to the face trying to keep a fast-paced killer out of his ass, trying to get some type of control. So they'll start biting you in the face or grabbing you by the head.
I mean, it's a specialty to that shit, but man, I used to hate to see it coming. Because you're right.
The more the killer, the easier it is to deal with all that shit. When you're a killer, it don't nothing matter.
You just give it back to me.
When you got two good dogs, then you're gonna have a good match. But if you got a killer in there against a good dog, it's not gonna be a good match. It's gonna be a quick match. The good dog gonna do what he can do. But that killer is hard to beat them killers, y'all. They take everything you dishing out just to get what they want, to keep punishing you till they break you down.
Yeah. Them ones you be like, whoa.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And these dogs that I'm pulling up, these kennels, these boys wasn't no joke.
This size them up shit right here, right?
Yeah.
Another good one was Arsenal.
Yeah, old boss lady.
Yeah. Remember, he did wonders with her.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. Go ahead and do what you're doing.
Well, now I got two me's. Why I got two me's? Check one. Okay, I can hear me still. Okay.
Well, it's a good thing that we don't have the echo. Let me see. Let me see what's going on up here right quick. Ain't but one of you up. There you go.
Okay.
Okay. My man Sabir said, "Hey Mo, my mentor had a smart one. Jiggles used to act like he's shooting to the back, but the whole time he was just want that hound to turn his head so he could grab that muzzle. Curtains." You know, Tech was like that too, Bo. He was a face dog. Nasty with it. What was the other one that you had? Two-time winner. He was terrible in the face. I think he wound up picking up his championship. What was his name, Mo? You there, Mo?
Yeah.
What was his name? He two-time winner. He was a face dog.
Well, it wasn't Pharaoh, it wasn't Roger.
Nah, it was a little bit more, you know, damn. I got pictures with him, and we tried to breed hella to him.
Oh, you talking about Ruger?
Yeah, Ruger. He was nasty with it. He was another nasty with it. Big shout out to my man Pit Dog. What up, fam?
Pit Dog, you know about it. Pit Dog come from that area, size him up in there. And it's strictly business. He'll tell you there wasn't no shortcuts up in there. That area right there was no shortcuts.
Let me see. My man Sabir said, of course, was over 35 years ago. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, we on the bus. Yes, sir. We definitely back here on the bus. Mr. Paris Jackson said, Vitt is the owner of Von Zacharias and Sandstorm many times in the early 90s.
Yeah.
Some great dogs, man. That Zachariah dog, he was a very popular dog. I've seen him in a couple pedigrees.
Yeah, you're going to see it because there was some bad dogs. For real.
And Pit Dog said, yes, sir, and hell no. Canvas Cowboy said 1900 history of the APT, American Pit Bull Terrier. Yes, sir. Many. Big shout out to my man Cause. Mon. Cal TV. What up, fam? A face dog who can crunch is always a tough out. Yes, sir. Pit Dog said, yeah, they had some great ones too.
Yeah. But so the Pit Dog, that's where Jigga won all three of his in a very rough area. You know when you know how they get when they get them killers though.
You know you're a badass dog when you're in the area of a bunch of killers and don't nobody want none. They be like, man, why don't you just go, go find somebody else where you done been outside the area, and then you realize in this whole big world, don't nobody want none. That's when you know your shit is popular, because do you know what it is to be actually in the game back then, and you can't find nobody that's gonna give you a chance. Nobody want to stick their chest out. So that meant the word of mouth it done move fast. Who you talking about? Oh, he done killed everything he been on. If you one of them badasses, you could have, they would have been the ones to go out. Well, yeah, he ain't been on this shit yet. Okay. Them the ones you be hoping it'll pop up. But when they don't even pop up, your reputations of a killer, they ain't nobody gonna be running over there. We done seen a couple of them. We done seen a couple of them answer to the call. And I always, remember, I'm gonna bring this story back up. I did ask Joe Abraham. I mean, how was he able to actually get 5 matches out of Queen, knowing that she was killing everything and nothing scratching back into her? And he came right on and he told me, he said he used to bullshit people and say she was getting old. He'd always have this line and they would fall for it. And that's 8 times, y'all. 4 times in his hands. So I'd be looking at that shit and be like, man, to have them good ones like that and can't, and you got some, did they get that fade? Sometimes I wonder if they just wanted to be like, don't have no problem being in the lost column, because at least I did go win the Queen. I wasn't back there one of those talking that shit. At least I went into her. And then I'm looking at a dog like Jigga that can't get shit because they ain't nobody trying. Don't nobody want none of that. They would have had a couple of them in history. Y'all have heard us talk about them. I can say this game is a tough one, but everybody in this game ain't stupid. Believe that. Sometimes, some things are just meant to be leave alone. Let's see here. I come back to that, Sabir. I see you. So, Mike, please ask Mo, do he know a familiar with this one? He threw up a pad right quick, Mo.
Yeah, I think it was. Let me see if it's who I think it is.
Pit Dog said those toothless jack dog was some good ones. That's Rude Boy as well. Yes, sir. That's the thing about them nasty ones, man. Hey, look, fellas, remember, a lot of these dogs that y'all gonna be looking at tonight, these are dogs that become famous in other people's hands. You're not gonna see, very seldom do you see, the breeder of the dog, and he make them champion. And then you see FOMO champions, and the breeder got them all. Okay, my man's is in the house. Hold on. LOCTITE, what up, fam? Can you hear me?
What up with it?
Hey, fellas. The legendary. Yes, sir. Another one. Here's another one.
What's going on?
Here go another one. All right, Mo.
What up, man? Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, LOCTITE, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, man. Hey, thanks for coming to the show, man. I got you off my bucket list. Hey, go ahead, man. It's your flow. I want. Can you do me a favor? And can you start off with everybody? I hear them talking about your dog, Caveman. Okay, a lot of people talk about Caveman, but coming from you, you tell us the story about him.
And when you got into dogs, I mean, how long you been in dogs, LOCTITE? Because I know you has been in a long time.
Say that again.
I said, I know you've been in these dogs a long time. Where did you start at? Let's start from there first. Give our audience a chance to know who you are, because some of them is newbies. You there?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
I started out in probably about. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You can hear me.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, man. It was probably about in 1977. Yeah, it was in about 1977.
Oh, go ahead, bro. Just keep on going. Just let it run. Let it
run. Yeah, so my uncle, he had a yard full of dogs. So, I would always go back there, see the dogs. He would tell me about.
And LOCTITE, whatever you got in the background, right? Yeah. Don't.
I hear echo, and I keep hearing the same thing over.
Right. It's turn your phone down. Turn the volume on it, because that's what you're hearing. You're hearing yourself, and it's delay, and it's coming back where you're hearing it come back to you. Just cut that apparatus down. You'll be able to hear us though, but you got to cut that so you don't have that feedback.
I'm going to pull up Caveman pedigree.
You got it? Let me see. Who else? Somebody.
Hold on.
Okay, Mo. You done put you up here 2 times again, Mo. What you doing over there?
Oh, let me stop sharing.
What about now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there you go. You good to go, LOCTITE?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so my uncle, he had dogs, and I would go back there all the time and look at them or whatnot. But at that time, I didn't know. Huh?
You hearing the delay?
LOCTITE. Mute your YouTube.
Yeah, correct. I'm hearing a delay.
Yeah, you shouldn't be hearing the delay, because you're listening from something other than something else. It's going to be a delay.
I'm on the laptop.
Okay, just mute your laptop. I mean, well, if you mute your laptop, right, then that means you can't hear us, right? Because are you using headphones, or are you just actually using the laptop?
He said, "What did you do?" He used a laptop. He's not using headphones.
Okay.
Now we can hear. We can hear fine. We didn't hear the echo.
Yeah, because the only way he can hear us, Mo, is through the laptop. So he's gonna always keep getting that feedback. I think
Well, I don't get no feedback, and I'm on my laptop. Oh, that's
okay.
because I'm inside the program. I'm inside the
Right.
studio. So I got K-Man up though.
Let me see. Kaz said, tell him to mute the YouTube page he listening to so he can just use the StreamYard. You hear that? See, if you're in
Okay.
StreamYard, go to the YouTube page and just mute it. Appreciate that, Kaz.
We can still hear you.
Yeah, and then come back in the StreamYard and you're good to go.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We hear you now. Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you. You hear me good.
Okay, yeah, I can hear y'all good now.
Okay, you got it now. Hey, while you talking, I got K-Man up here. So go ahead and finish your story, fam.
Yeah, so anyway, I started off, man, my uncle, you know, when I was young, about 12, 13, he always had pit bulls. So I would always go in the backyard and mess with him. And I would always see him out there rinsing out bowls, cleaning up after him and everything. And I was, man, what are you doing back here with all these daggone dogs? He'd be like, I ain't doing nothing. He said, I'm just making sure my dogs stay clean and the yard stay nice. So one of his females had a litter of puppies. So I got one of the puppies and I raised it up. But one of my dudes had a dog. He walked it over there. It was about 4 months old. And this dog licked my dog in the mouth, you know. So that I ain't think nothing about it. Man, about 2 days later, my dog got sick as hell. I'm like, man, what the hell wrong with my dog? So it was an old guy. Always did dogs, you know, when I was young. He would always walk up and down 105 or on St. Clair or over on the boulevard, always moving hounds. So I would be like, damn, man, I'm going to go check and see if he a veterinarian or something. So I went around and he was telling me, man, your dog got parvo. He said, if I give it a shot, it'll make the dog sicker. But because of me being naive and young, I'm like, man, just give it to her anyway, man. I want her to get better. Man, the next day, man, she was stiff as a board and smelled like, so my dude, when the dog licked her in the mouth, she wound up giving my dog parvo, and that's where it all started. You know, me having my own dogs or whatnot. So
you learned that lesson early about that parvo shit, didn't you?
Oh man, I learned it very early. But then that's when they was giving the modified. They was giving the kill virus. They didn't even have the modified live virus until later on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you putting the kill virus into a dog. So when they get the live virus, it's trying to fight that and to say the dog, but it wasn't working. But when they got the modified live and then you injected the live virus in the dog, it has something to fight it off, you know.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you learned the technical part as the more experience you got dealing with it, because you knew it happened to you early. So I know you learned a lot from that situation.
Oh, absolutely. When you're a kid, and that's that becomes your friend, your little buddy, sleep on the couch with you and all that. So I learned very early. My uncle took care of the dog, kept him clean, and I know about medicine, and I'm gonna learn about medicine, you know, when it came to the dogs. So as time went on, you know, school and everything. But one day I was just sitting at the house and I was like, man, I got to go down to Akron. So and I went down and I ran into a couple of buddies that I know. They said, man, yeah, we about to have this little situation, man. If you feel like it, you stop over. So I went over and when I seen the roll, I was like, oh, that's what my uncle was doing all that time and didn't tell me. So now I'm looking at things different. But now I done got a hit of that in my veins, so it's on now. So now anybody I see with them, anybody walking, I was stopping at, what is that? So at that time, I'm thinking this is blood. Oh man, this a red nose I got. Yeah, this a Brendo. And when I got around older guys, what's the bloodline on that? Oh man, that's a red nose. Oh, this is a Brenda. You know, they laughing. So I'm like, fuck these niggas laughing at. They don't know what I'm talking about or who I got my dog from. I see what color it is, but not knowing nothing about the bloodline at all. You know? So I'm sure, shoot, a lot of us had that backyard experience with the little learned dogs that we got along the way. You know?
Didn't know nothing about the pedigree and shit, huh?
Man, I knew nothing about the mama or the daddy. I just knew that my uncle gave me one of them dogs. You know.
So when did you actually start putting them down?
Me and my buddy, when I first got into the game, considered into the dog game, my buddy's name was Twin. You know, that's what this is when I was active. You know what I'm talking about? Not no new shit. I've been out the game, but my buddy Twin.
Yeah, we're on the bus. Over here on this show, everybody understands this. You know, we're on the bus. We're back in our era over 30 years ago.
Correct. Yeah. So Twin, you know, they had a lot of dogs from an old dog named Rebel. So when I met her, I'm like, Rebel. Yeah, this is Josh Hill Rebel dog. Yeah, I got this. Yeah, I got a dog named this. So I was like, all right, well, shoot. My buddy said that he got one and he want to do it. So they told him, yeah, but it's the baddest bitch, some dog named Joy, I think it was. So I'm like, all right. So nobody at that time that I knew was really into the game. These just a few old dog men. An old guy named Jerome, old guy named Doc Wilson. Twin, you know, they had some big old Narad battleship and Narad champion Dixie stuff. So anyway, I had a guy had rolled down the street. He was in a pickup truck. So when he got there, they was like, yeah, he got a dog for her. So I asked, I said, my man, you got a dog? He was like, yeah, I mean, instantly. He said, all right, I'm going to get her. He turned and got in his truck and he took off and came back. Then the guy named Twin, I was going to make my kennel buddy. He was like, no, he came up with excuses. So right then, I was saying to myself, like, damn, man, you was talking all this strong stuff to me, but now dude here, and he like, yeah, you like, no. So I said, my man, what's your name? He said, my name Mike Penn. I said, hey, man, who you do mess with these dogs? He said, me. I said, man, I want to be your kennel buddy. He said, man, come up to my house. We're going to sit down and talk about it tomorrow. I went and sat down with him, and we talked and everything. Man, it seemed like from day one, we hit right off. I was a young kid that was, you know, out moving around, so I had nice amount of money. I had nice money, so, you know, to whatever we wanted, you know, it was attainable. So, yeah, we had a bitch named Lady. So she's supposed to been off of some Josh Hill Rebel stuff and other side, some old Kobe blood. She was a lemon and white spotted bitch. By the time Lady was 7 months old, man, she had been through 3 different kennel hands, maybe more than that. But she was rolled like a bowling ball. So, but when Mikey wound up getting her, she still had all her teeth, no nothing was wrong. But she was a bitch that was really seasoned and schooled out because I can't say young guys because these guys was older than me by maybe them in 10 years or so. So it was just doing stuff foolishness. When you roll in a dog, when you get older, you understand it's a certain time and place for it. So she was just young, but once she made it to age, she was already schooled out. So we took her out and won with her. Then we had a male named Corner, and Corner was some old Hetrick's blood. I mean, he probably had Hetrick. It was a dog named Hetrick's Rockhead. He was probably in that dog pedigree, and Corner's pedigree probably about, man, I want to say probably about 40 times if I'm not correct. So I guess that, you know, that was an old cotton bullet stuff. And Corner, I don't give a shit, man. That was the reason for his name, because he was scratching. He would adapt to any style that you had, any style that you thought, man, this dog, he was extremely smart. But when he in the corner, he scratched just as hard. So, Mike, we talking. He say, well, man, yeah, you gonna get some new dogs? I said, yeah. I said, this is a guy I've been talking to for about a year and a half named Irish Jerry. And, he always tell me, come on down to his house. So he said, well, when you going to go? I said, I think I'm going to go down there this weekend. So I drove down there to Georgia and met Irish Jerry at Cracker Barrel. This was in the end of '89. So he went down there. We started talking and everything. Then he took me back to his house. This was off of 20, I think, in Griffin. So when we get out there, he got maybe 2 dogs out on little cable runs in the front and another like a little lab that's running through the yard. So I'm like, man, I've been reading and hearing stories about this guy named Irish Jerry, and he had these dogs, and this is him, and he got these 2 dogs. I'm like, to myself, though, I'm like, man, this got to be a fucking hoax. But prior to me meeting Jerry, I literally called, man, from Ozzie Stevens to the Greenwoods, from Frio boy Gary, man, shouts out to him, man. That's a very close friend of mine who never been to turn his back on me. Whatever he said what a dog was when he sent it up here, that's exactly what that dog was. So between him and Irish Jerry is where I got all my learning from, and things that I didn't know. They taught me a lot of stuff. But as far as straight up conditioning, getting out on the road, I feel that because I've seen it into a lot of backyards. Man, that's a little peanut head dude from my hood. Not my hood, but close to me. B.O.B. Kennels, I've never seen a dog run hot. I don't give a fuck if it had a little big belly on it, if it was strong, if it was weak. I'd never seen one of his dogs run hot.
That's right.
So then I said, oh, okay, this who I'm hanging around. So me and Kim and Cash, Ohio Cash, got really cool, but I'm still a little young kid, but they see that I am dedicated. So anyway, I'm down at Jerry's house and we talking. So he said, well, what you looking for? I said, I'm looking for a match dog that I could go back. He said, well, we could walk over the yard. But I said, man, shit, over the yard ain't nothing. So we walked maybe about 30 or 100 feet up into the woods. I hear ching, 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 bro, bro. I'm like, oh, damn, man, he got a dog way back here, man. He got to walk. That's crazy, but I'm a city guy. So I'm thinking, man, I got my dog right in the backyard in the garage, hooked onto this motherfucking car axle that's still on the car, So I go back there and I hear ching, ching. The closer we get now, ching, 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 ching. Man, when I got back there and saw it, I stood in that yard and I looked from left to right, up and down. I never saw so many dogs at one time. I mean, beautiful, running up and down across it. I said, man, well, how do you remember which name is? He said, well, when you get to it and you do breeds, it don't matter. You remember by each letter, you remember their name. So we walk in, I'm like, okay. So I see Rowdy Red, Champion Rowdy Red. I see Champion Lanky Hank. I see the Jeepers bitch. I see Amber John. I see John Henry. I see Shorty Cowboy. He take me over Frank Cochran's house. I meet him. Then while I'm there, Earl Hams come over there. Old man Elmer Reynolds came over there. So I'm like, who are these guys? So, yeah, this dog man such and such. This the dog man such and such. I'm like, okay, these George guys. But the one guy, Earl Hams, he said, well, it's nice to meet you, They don't really have too many niggers around. So when he said that, I was like, this one of them parties to myself. But Jerry said, hey, man, you can't be saying that. So he never said it again. But I always remembered him and said, I don't give a shit what he do or what he got. If he around when I get these dogs up, I'm coming back for him. And what I was just trying to say to you earlier is that I went to so many different people to try to buy dogs, and no matter where I went, I was always turned down. And I truly believe it was because I was black. But when Irish Jerry said, "Man, well, come on, I'm gonna talk to you," and we gonna walk and talk, then he said, "Man, I got a dog right there." And I went and I said, "All right, let me look at him." I walked over to him. And when he stood up, literally from his toes to the crack close to his butt, he had a black mark on him. By him being fawn and them black dots, I said, "This where this nigga been hit at." He had been bit from head to toe. And Irish J said, "Man, this dog don't have no whole lot of mouth." He said, "But when it come to gamers, he's as game as a day's long." So I said, "All right." So he finished talking. I put him up in the box in the crate, and I bought another female. And by me coming back on Sunday, that's what I had named her. But when I got home, I say maybe about a week later, she wound up getting sick and passed away. But with Caveman, I was like, "Damn, man, you was an ugly motherfucker, boy." I was like, "Man, what the fuck I could name you?" Then I said, "Caveman. That's what I'm gonna call you." I said, "But my kennel buddy don't know that that's what I done named him." So I called him on the phone. I said, "Hey, Mike," I said, "I picked him up, man." He said, "How he look?" I said, "Man, he look good." I said, "He hyper. We're gonna give him a bath, clean him up." He said, I said, "But I named him already too." I said, "If you don't like the name, you could change it, but I think you're gonna like it." He said, "What is it?" I said, "Just wait till I get back. You'll see." So I'm on that 10-hour ride from Georgia back up this way. So when I get back to the house, and I said, "Let me take him out the kennel box." When I took him out and put him on a lead, I mean, you talking about a dog that was extremely naturally hyper, bounce around. Soon as he got out, jumped out the box, boom, 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 bounce. He was like, "God damn." He was like, "Damn, he got a lot of energy." He said, "Man, I don't know what names he was saying in ugly this or mouse." I said, "No." He said, "Well, what'd you name him?" I said, "Caveman." He said, "I like it." That fit him to the T. So from that day, his name was Caveman. And that was in January or February of 1990 when I purchased that dog as a one-time rental. Him and the original Georgia boys was partners in on the dog. Original Georgia boy, that was Dalton. I can't think his last name, and his brother. And if you listening and you can hear this, I apologize. I don't remember your name, but I do remember you, Dalton. And I hope you're still around. Yeah. So yeah, that's how I first got in it.
So Caveman, by the time you had him and you was ready to put him out there, you had already been pretty much up on your game there. But had you figured anything out about the breeding part of it yet? Or did you
Oh no,
do the
no,
box part first?
No, the breeding wasn't even on my mind. It was strictly I'm ready to do this dog because I done went down here to Irish Jerry and I got this dog. So now it's people, when I get, "Hey man, can we see the dogs?" I mean the phone ringing like what? So I'm like, "Man, we gonna look at this dog in about 2 weeks or so." So we kept it real private, because up at that spot every week, every Sunday, we would have a nice rollout. So it might be 10, 15 hounds at any given time. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, and there was, real dog, man, not these play guys and nothing because up here, if you was serious and you was into the dog game, by that time that show over, man, I guarantee you 5 of them hounds is dead. And one that won might wind up checking out, man. That was one thing that I think young guys learned here from the older guys. You don't play when you come with this. You be for real as possible. And man, that's how it's always been.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So, we started fucking around with him for them 2 weeks, getting him good and healthy. We like, damn, this nigga strong and shit. So we, everybody come up. So once the roll's over, we tell Ohio Cash, Johnny Hat, and B.O.B. Hey, hold back. We about to to look at this hound or what. So Cash, Cash is a very smart person. I mean, the first person on the yard, Cash was right there. He's like, man, let me see him. I'm like, damn, I ain't even finished bagging the car up in the yard yet. So I bagged the car up. When I popped the trunk and they get out, Cash said, God damn, that motherfucker look at it. So we went on in there, and he hardly went and got it. He had a dog named Valor. Valor may have been a nephew of grandchildren. Man came out so violently, hit him on the head, on the side of the head. Now, while we talking, it's gonna seem like it couldn't have been as fast, but this how fast it was. He grabbed him on the head, shook him down to the floor, real violent, and dove in his throat. I mean, like he dived. I mean, like he trying to climb inside his body. And I have never seen Butch in my life. Oh, stop it. That's enough. I said, man, he said, no, I didn't seen enough. So that was it. So that was all the time we seen him roll. But we seen out the gate, kill is on his mind, and he has a lot of energy. So for us, that was all we needed. So we started, checking around for different sizes. So the guy, twin, that was originally going to be my kennel buddy, they had a dog named Bullet that was down from the old Josh Hill blood. So we wound up locking into him. And the day before, no, not the day before, the day of when we stopped moving the dog, because we work a dog for 6 weeks. We don't do an 8 week. We never did a 12 week. It was always 6 weeks. And, we'd like the dog to be about 6 pounds over, because every week we're going to lose a pound. So we moving the dog. So we getting in contact, and twin, yeah, we got this. All right, so we lock it up. So that Wednesday when we supposed to been out of the last time, instead of me going out, my kennel buddy Mike took the old man Doc Wilson out with him and let him drive instead of him driving, because we had a 6 mile strip that we would go down, was 3 miles, and come back, it was 6 miles. That we were running right behind the truck, because Caveman was extremely smart. He would stay right behind the truck, and we would drive the truck between 10 and 14 miles an hour and let him just run that whole strip, but not from the beginning. This is at the ending of the key. So, in the morning, we'd get up, do the walking, and we'd come back, put him on the machine. If it's the 5-minute week or the 15-minute week, whichever one it is, that's where we were at. Then take him down, let him cool off. In the evening, we take him back out for the 5 mile walk. Then decide if it's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we're going to do a lot of speed work. Tuesday and Thursday, those were our strength days. Saturday and Sunday, that's when you rest. So anyway, Wednesday, that was the last day that we was going to move him. That way he rests Thursday and Friday. Then Saturday, he's like right back on the road. So he ready to go. But Doc Wilson, instead of driving at the mile an hour he's supposed to, he's trying to look back and see how he's running and let off the gas. K-Man ran around and got in front of him. And Mike is yelling, hey, Doc, go, go. Instead, when by the time he do it, he in front of, boom, he run over his motherfucking back leg. So we wound up having to pay a forfeit, his leg, because the muscle had totally collapsed. But I say maybe about 4 months later, 4 or 5 months later, he was all the way healed back up again. And then we got him locked in. And now this time I'm locked in. We locked into Smith and Walton and Landshark Kennels. So they had a 2-time winner named Whitehead. That the word was going around. I was a really good head dog. And he catch your dog on the head, you're not going to get a chance to catch him. So we didn't care about that. We didn't even know the people we was going into. Irish Jared just called and said, hey, man, Smith and Walton and Landshark, they got a dog they want to go into y'all. Y'all willing to meet them halfway. So we said, yeah, we'll meet them there. So we wound up meeting them up in Chicago at Brian Bailey's spot. So when we get there, we pull up in the driveway. It might be about 8 of them out there, and they came out, hey, how y'all doing the wedding? But it was a little white guy that came out. I mean, all of them was white, actually, but it was a little guy that came out that had all white hair, beard, everything. He said, how y'all boys doing? Y'all the guy from Ohio? I said, yeah. He said, well, you know that white-haired dog? I said, yeah, I'm about to take him out and let him walk. So when I took him out and put him on the lead to go walk, when he jumped out that box, all of them was looking like. Actually, that picture that's up right now, that's the keep right there. That was the Wednesday before the show when we left to go up to Chicago. So when we get up there, and I take him out the box, he's like, God damn it! But his name was Jim Mitchell. He said, "Man, that's one of them Jeep dogs, ain't it?" I said, "No." He said, "Yes, it is." I said, "Sir, this not one of them Jeep dogs." He said, "Son, I've been dealing with these dogs all my life. That's one of them Jeep dogs." I said, "No, it is." He said, "Well, if it ain't, what is it?" I said, "On the top, he the Wood Sundance, on the bottom, he inbred honey bunch, but through Grand Champion we hunt." He said, "Well, goddamn it, that's Jeep's mama, ain't it?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, goddamn it, I know it. I've been in it 25 years. He said, "Can I touch your dog on the stomach?" I said, "Touch my dog on the stomach for what?" He said, "No, I ain't doing nothing funny. I just want to see how hard it is." I let him touch him on the stomach. He turned around to all their little buddies that was there and told them, "I'm betting with the buckskin dog." So, he betted with us. We went on and walked him out and came back in there after release. Well, not damn release. So at the weigh-in, they dog come in at 52 on the button. We come in at 50 and a half. We done lost 1.5 pounds on that travel. So, but we look good. We still look good. So they say, we getting the block name. They say release your dog. So we betted, the little change we had. Man, that white-haired dog came out and hit Caveman right on the top of his head. And he motherfucking shaking him and walking him around his block for the 17 minutes. But Caveman is driving at him hard. I mean, he's driving, trying to catch him. But we know we got him in superior shape because we got him all the way up to 3 hours to where he's standing up, never breathing hard, no nothing. So we know we good. So he pushing him, But at the 18-minute mark, that's when he catch him. Now, this particular match goes 36 minutes. So the first 17 minutes, he never, ever put his mouth on him. But when he did, he didn't catch him straight with his head facing his chest. He caught him sideways. So he has the whole brisket, his top teeth on one side of the brisket, the other on the bottom. He closed his mouth, man. He lifted that dog up in the air, shook him 2 times and drove him down in the ground. And he dug in that chest for the next, to the 35-minute mark. But 2 minutes had went past. And the dog started breathing like, taking real long inhales. That's not even the exhale. On the exhale, the old man Jim Mitchell said, "God damn it, he's crushing his chest." So, I mean, he working him. So now after maybe about the 22-minute mark, we see it's dog fight for real from here. But K-Man got the press on him. He's steady in his chest, just rooting and digging. Man, so now I'm telling my kennel buddy, Mike, I'm about to try to call him into a turn. So, we get the scratch on. So I'm calling, "Come on, K-Man. Hey, man, get up, man. Get up." And, man, he think I'm cheering him on. His tail, I mean, 1,000,000 miles and running, just buzzing. Man, so come on, K-Man. Go, man. Let's go get the ball. Man, so when I say let's go get the ball, he like lift his head up, and soon he did, he dove right back. But my kennel buddy called turn. They said that's a turn. So now I'm calling him again. I'm calling. So about another minute go past. It might be about at the 35.5-minute mark now. He do it again. My kennel buddy, snatch him up in the block. Then he go to the corner. The white-haired dog, he motherfucking just down. So when they pick their dog up and they, do the count, say face your dog, when they release Whitehead, he never take a step. He fall right over to the side like timber. Boom, right there in the block. But now Caveman over in the corner screaming and bucking. They like, God damn. I said, man, we just want to, man, can we get a courtesy scratch? They said, man, a courtesy scratch. He said, God damn it, that motherfucker's coming. Man, when we let him loose and he hit Whitehead in the chest, that was Whitehead's last sound. That mother let off a sound like, I guess a death sound. That was his last time. He croaked him right there in the block in 36 minutes. We collected our money when we left, but I remember us driving down that dusty road. I looked back and I see, man, there was about 4 of them just standing there looking at us like, man, who was that motherfucking masked man that just came in and did that? And we rolled off and got home, man. And shit, we had a good time after that. Enjoyed it. Talked to the people that wished us well on the way. And that was the start of a caveman.
Damn.
But caveman, he had some time too, though, didn't he?
Oh yeah. For a championship. Now, my buddy named Jerry Harris down in Albany, Georgia. Now we had met, because me and Ivy Jerry, I went to a show with him down in Alabama. Now on this particular show is old man Bill Wagglespack. It's Tommy Shire. It might have been Crenshaw, might have been. It was a good old show. Guys that I really didn't know. There's white guys, but I met him and whatnot. And there was an Indian dude there because he was always, standing by me and talking like, man, you pay attention good. You pay attention good. That's all he kept saying. I like you. You pay attention good. But he was the guy that was handling dogs for Mr. Wagglespack. And the old dogs Wagglespack had, if a person don't know it, it's that old boomerang. I mean, some of the gamers, boomerang dogs, old man Wagglespack had them. That I do know. So, anyway, the dude down there talking, so Jerry said, Mike, you going to redo your caveman dog again? Hell yeah, we doing them again. He said, was a guy down here named Johnny Lee. He got a 2-time winner down here named Red. I said, what? I said, well, shit, how much he trying to do it for? He told him, so I said, shit, it's on. So he wound up locking him up at 52. Now he on weed, motherfucker, got him dead on his right way. So I get down there to take him. We separate when we go to Alabama, and they going over to Georgia to get down early in the morning. But with me and Irish Jerry trying to roll with him, we wound up missing the show. It was early that morning. We got lost in the backwoods of Alabama, and we motherfucking wasn't even making to see my dog go. But Jerry had everything on video then, so it was cool. It was 2 hours and 10 minutes. For K-Man first came out, he hit him hard, but it was like sex was on the mind. But I remember Irish Jerry told me to use some shit called Clovite, and find out Clovite will make a male be real horny. So I was like, this had to be it. So about 20 minutes of the show. I mean, this motherfucking dog, hitting him everywhere. But K-Man dog keep getting behind him, humping. There's just sex on his mind. So I'm pissed off. I'm like, man, what the fuck is wrong with this dog? Still young in the game, but I'm around the right people. No, man, that's the dog. Man, when he settled down, So I see about at the 20-minute mark, he settled down, man. He started biting him in the head, the chest, the face, and then they dog turned, and that might have been at about the hour and 20 mark. So we wound up having 13 scratches. It was over at 2 hours and 10 minutes. They dog stood and took the count, and we made a scratch at 2 hours and 10 minutes. So yeah, then that was a championship. So after that, I had a bitch named Coco. Well, my buddy named Walt, he actually had her. But his wife, Don, was like, I'm tired of the dogs, they be smelling in the house and all that. So I said, well, Walt, what you plan on doing with her? Because, we wound up looking at her, and she was really nice. His wife was like, well, Mike, she my dog. She said, but if you want to breed her, you can, but no, you can't fight her, no nothing. She can stay here. I said, all right. So we wound up breeding her. Unexpectedly, out of that litter, it was 8 puppies. It wound up being 5 of them to make it to, 6 to make it to maturity. Some white guy had wound up buying one, and he just had her as a pet, but he bought her from the guy Walt. So we had, in that particular litter, it was JoJo Red, it was a female named Judy Jones, it was a female named China, a female named Camille, and a male named Blackjack. So it might be about 17 months now. Like, yeah, it's time to look at these. They getting up in age. So say, well, man, who we gonna look at? Shit. So we looked at JoJo Red first. Today we tried to look at him and we tried to roll him. He wasn't, the dog all on him and shit. He didn't study and didn't fight back. So I was like, in my mind, like, man, this dog is you off of a champion, man. You're supposed to be a fighter. I'm still I'm a novice now. So this is just my thinking. But I said, no, man, we going back tomorrow. Fuck this. This dog, I'm gonna get in there with him. So went back the next day. Bloodsport had a dog and he put him on him. And Bobby Hines was handling him. It was an alligator dog. Man, JoJo Red turned on, and you talk about the very second time his role, but the first time he turned on, man, he was a really good head dog for no experience, just natural ability. So like, damn, you stay out the way and everything. So now we anxious to look at the brothers and sisters. So now we fucking look at Judy Jones. Same way. But she'll hit you in the mouth, the throat, and to the body. But JoJo, he loved that face and mouth. So like, okay. So Bobby Hines had a red boy bitch, might have been a daughter of Levi or a daughter of Wrangler. Matter of fact, it was Levi bred back to the bitch Cleo. And I was a female that Bob had. And the Wrangler I'm talking about is the Wrangler that everybody was talking about, from Keith Lockton now. So
remember we had Amber.
Correct. Right. And Tip at that time, he had Levi and he had Wrangler's son, Levi. And Bob wanted to look at her, and this is when we looked at Caveman's daughter, China. Straightforward, face, chest, ass, and real rough. Because no dogs we ever had, it didn't matter who it was or how aggressive they were. We never touched a dog until they were 18 months old. We never used a steroid on no dog we had. We never used no, what is the shit that people use to try to dry their dog out?
Dex.
Yeah, never no Dex. We have used this line of dogs is truly built on 100% true natural dog. So now we look at the sister Camille. She turned out. I said, man, it's no way that I done bred this dog this one time and all 5 in this litter is on and they really nice. So to me, that was just like unbelievable. But Bloodsport had a female named Ruby Lee. That was a daughter of the dog Zeus that Bobby Hines had. And Zeus was the son of the So-So Boys champion Bronco.
Mm-hmm.
So we bred Caveman and Ruby Lee. In that litter, Terry Jr., well, Bloodsport had the dog the first day, and he got out of him, and Terry Jr. got him. But he had 2-time winner Floyd, 2-time winner Willie, 2-time winner Popeye, and 1-time loser Jewel. But she lost, but she was on a 3-card show with Miles Davis, JoJo Red, Rick the Mailman, and I forgot who Jewel went into. Even though she lost, she won best opposite sex. She lost because the handler found out, but she was a bulldog too. So that's the night that Miles Davis broke both of JoJo's legs and his bottom jaw. Not just broke it, like twisted it all the way to the back molar. It was only held on by that skin, and he made 2 stumbling scratches, but the last scratch, he laid on his stomach and pushed with his back legs and went back and hit Miles in the mouth before the 10 count. So when I see dogs and they had dogs and they stand there and take the 10 count on all 4 legs, or you not trying, man, you do not represent the line that I tried to breed. I
was definitely there that night.
We was there that night.
Yeah, so
that was a good show. That was a good show.
Right. So now I'm like, damn, these dogs are really working. But I need to back up a little bit because I bought a dog from BLB named Fred. He was a litter mate to Champion Charlie and Champion BJ.
Yeah.
So I take it, I look at him. I was like, man, this little dog is for real. I mean, for real. So I looked at him again. The same thing, the throat, the chest, the ass, and violent. But when he get to about 3-4 minutes, he couldn't breathe. I'm like, man, what the fuck is wrong with this dog? So I looked in his mouth one day and he had a cleft palate, maybe about the size of a quarter, between a quarter and a nickel. So when he bite to hold the dog, he's able to breathe through his, instead of it going through his nostrils, it goes back in his mouth. And so he couldn't stay in hold because of that cleft palate. So he wasn't able to use them. But I learned from Butch. So that's the point that I'm going to get to on that about when I looked at him. So I said, well, I see that I can't match it. But you on this yard, you have to let me know that you are truly worth your weight in gold because I don't have space to just feed for nothing. Man, I'll put it like this. Y'all seen what JoJo went through.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Fred was a dog that was just as game as him without being broke up or being dead. Mm-hmm. I took him through the my kennel Mike Penn literally had that. Hey Mike, he said, man, what else you want to see, man? I said, man, I just want to know, man, when we putting our money down there, that it's worth it. I'm gonna stop it in about 5 more minutes. He said, 5 more minutes. He literally said, man, you gotta stop this now. So I said, all right, let me see if he'll scratch one more time. I said, whoa, boy, you see that? This what this line gonna be built on. So I took Fred and I bred the caveman's daughter China. From that litter, it was only 2 born. No, it was 3 born. It was a male in there named Mad Dog, a female named Patra, and a female named Rabbit. Somebody wound up stealing Rabbit, you know. So after that, we had to start watching our yard a little more. So now we said, okay, we're going to look at him. So we looked at Mad Dog. Really nice. Now, I'm gone. You know, I had to go away on vacation. So I had to call Butch. I say, hey, man, I got Fred and China's daughter at my mother's house, man, and she was acting hot, man. I want you to go get her. He went and picked her up. She wound up winning her first one in an hour and 27 minutes, no turns, not a hold. Her second one, she killed a dog in the block in 38 minutes. For a championship, she get killed dead game in 48 minutes, thinking that she winning. You know, we wind up locking into, you know, Harold Mason them with the bitch, and they wind up, you know, not just winning. They killed us right there in the block. But once again, I said to myself, damn, bitch, you're another dead game bitch. But I wound up breeding her before then because she was at my mother's house. So I bred her to JoJo Red. So now I bred her to JoJo Red with both the front legs broke, jaw broke. And the mama is a bitch Patra that lost dead game, but Patra's father is Fred, who I stretched all of y'all, and the mama is Caveman's daughter China, who I beat Dog Walker with. So now you're seeing a pattern of where these dogs going.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like, damn, man, there's only been 2 litters. So Lo came over and said, man, I got a bitch in heat, man. So we said no, but Bob came and he had a red boy bitch. That's what I was gonna tell y'all. And we bred Caveman to her. But in that litter, Bob sold the pups, but we knew of one that wound up staying here and shut him down. Kennel had her. And man, her name was Fila. She wound up being a really, really good bitch and wound up knocking off Bloodsport Kennel with her. And after that, I don't know what happened to her, but in those 3 litters, Caveman made 1 champion, 4 2-time winners, 5 1-time winners, and 1 dog that fucking lost it out of them only one dog had quit. So now I'm saying to myself, man, you hear how many times they bred Jeep and they bred this dog and they got these different champions. But what you need to pay attention to is you bred your dog 3 times. Everything in each letter went to the block and won. That's not made up because it's all documented. Any dog man from 1990 till right last year have seen every dog that I'm talking about from here because these dogs have been shown from up north, down south, from the east to the west. And on different interviews and articles where I've talked to people, I've talked about the dogs that we won with along with the kennel. So when you have 40, 50 different kennels that you won into and you can talk about them and not one person write in, call in and say, this isn't true. I never went into them. I don't know them. That means that, man, them people for real, we know them because not one person can tell you that this is not true. You tell me what it is.
Well, brother, let me explain something to you, LOCTITE. You know, we talk about you. You know, we put you because you know, I mean, fellas, listen to the people that he's naming. Y'all have heard this before. And I wonder, LOCTITE, being that you was friends with Irish Jerry, I believe the Indian dude, did you ever find out it was Indian Sonny?
No, I never found out who it was. Anytime I just say, man, and hey, what's up to the Indian guy? That's all I remember.
And Indian Sonny and Irish Jerry was real cool. Real cool. So when I hear that Indian, I said, yeah, it was Indian Sonny. He just didn't know it. Mm-hmm. But yeah. But, I mean, and then you brought up Johnny Hat. Now we're all from the same area. So a lot of these names that y'all hearing, Ohio Cash and all them, y'all hear how we speak about them. They are mentors. But he's LOCTITE is just another one of them examples of where if you was true to what you was doing, them brothers would help you. But you had to be dedicated to be able to do that. Now, LOCTITE, you reach out and put your dog in a lot of good people's hands. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the reason I did that is because I never wanted to be selfish, but I wanted to go into hands of people that I knew wouldn't just take them and breed them and just sell them. Because if I wanted to be a peddler, I could have easily done that because of the dogs that I had. But me seeing the different dogs that people had and where they got them from, you know, I got some Jeep stuff. Yeah, I got my Jeep stuff from Crenshaw. Yeah, I got my Jeep stuff from Don Brott. I got my Jeep stuff from Beals and Barker. I went over here to Albert White. I didn't go to none of them. I went to the same place y'all went to. I went to the source, but I didn't have Jeep stuff. I had the We Hunt. So it separated me from the other guys that was around, you know. And to me, I always looked at it like, when you hear articles, yeah, James Crenshaw did. No, prior to Mr. Crenshaw with the Jeep stuff, that Honey Bunch bitch was made champion by Irish Jerry. That's where she was campaigning at. But you don't hear them talk about that. You don't hear them even talk about the man, Mr. Garrett, before Crenshaw. So what happens? You just erase his name out of the history?
Mm-hmm.
But you to leave a person like Garner in there, I've been to a lot of shows. I've never seen him at no show in my life. So then for me to say he a dog man, I can't say that. I can say he's a great dog peddler. You know, for instance, you can take Frisco, 700 offsprings. If he had 70 champions, you are only a 10% producing dog. What makes you great? But you can take a dog, for instance, like we say, Satan, man, his dogs has been bred 1 time here, 2 times here. Then it have multiple dogs and champions out of 1 litter.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't talk about it. You talk about the dogs, the flavor of the month. You know, what happened to the Wise Max dogs? What happened to the Turtle Busters? What happened to, because you heard about that new flavor ice cream and you wanted it and you liked it, but you found out it was no better than the dogs you had from the beginning. You just didn't stick with them.
Mm-hmm.
Say it again, fam. Preach. We just having that conversation. Same shit.
So time going. So when Coco come in heat again, I say, well, Walt, man, I'm gonna send her down to my dude Gary, the Frio boys down in Texas. He said, man, what you gonna breed to? I said, he got a real good dog down there named Thunder, a Niggerino dog. I'm gonna send her down there. And the reason that I chose the Honey Bunch and the Niggerino dogs because when I first purchased Honey Bunch from Irish Jerry, and I looked at, Caveman's pedigree. When I looked at Caveman's pedigree, I see he was Honey Bunch on one side and the Woods Trouble on the other side, the Eli Jr. But he always told me, whatever you do, stay away from the big Casey stuff. Them will produce a lot of cur dogs. And there was the Rascal stuff. So when I read about Rascal himself having that one loss in there, I always looked at it as, I'm going to stay away from the Rascal dogs, not just the big Casey, the Rascal dogs. So, but at that time, when Ricky Jones, Mountain Man, everybody doing they 1-2, I'm going to these shows and whatnot, seeing different dogs. It's like it's a combination that I'm hearing. It's like that breakfast sandwich or that lunch sandwich when you go over your grandmother's house and you need something fast. Baby, go get your peanut butter jelly and a glass of milk. To me, that was a Jeep Red Boy Rascal cross. I said, damn, that peanut butter jelly and milk, that motherfucker work every time. No wonder they out here. So I started studying. I said, you have the Honey Bunch already, and you have the Eli Juniors already. So don't switch from what you're doing. So the best of the Eli Jr. blood that I could find and the best of the Honey Bunch that I could find. So the Eli Jr. blood that I used was the Niggerino, the Grand Champion Art, the Grand Champion Luther, the Grand Champion Satan. These were the Eli Jr. dogs that I used into my caveman stuff, which was the Honey Bunch style. So now when it was time for me to cross over, each dog was a 50-50. Half Eli Jr., half Honey Bunch. Like the dog Bullet. You don't even hear people talk about this dog. It had to be one of the greatest shows on earth. I'm not talking about Barnum and Bailey Circus either. We talking about a show with Grand Champion So Evil, Dead Series Kennels Champion Cochise, Dark Side Kennels Champion Vader, the Gamblers Champion Voodoo, and two-time winner Bullet. Bullet goes on. And the Dead Series Kennels Champion Cochise. All these are on this one show. So all you people out there that's listening, I want you to understand this. All of these great dogs were on this one show, and a lot of these dogs is what your pedigree consists of right now.
You know what, LOCTITE, don't mean to interrupt you, but we tell them about this show. Fat Bill got mad about this because I guess he didn't want us to talk about it. But then as you talking about it, I'm glad you're saying it because we talked about this. Because this is one of them things that I want people to never forget. That's why you play such a big, important part of this, even in our career, simply because this is the kind of shit that was going down up there. Let them know.
Right. So when I say that these dogs on the show, I'm going to reiterate that. Dead Series Kennels Champion Cochise, the Gamblers Champion Voodoo, Dark Side Kennels Champion Vader, Fat Bill's Champion Hilfiger, Fat Bill and Dixie Line Kennels Grand Champion So Evil. All these dogs are on this one show, and this two-time winner Bullet dog was locked into Fat Bill's Champion Hilfiger. Bullet won Best in Show over all these dogs by destroying Hilfiger. I got a phone call while I was way in college. If y'all know the college I was away in, but sometimes, people have little apparatuses where they can still talk. So me and Floyd Hicks was together. That's another story. When I say Floyd Hicks, the great Floyd Hicks that owned P&H Kennels Champion Rocky, the last person to own Jeep and Miss Rage. Yeah, this is the Floyd Hicks and the two Assassin brothers. This was my close friend that I talked to every day until he died. So anyway, Scotty Nelson called and said, Mike, I've seen a lot of dogs in my life. Scotty Nelson was the ref in the middle of Bullet and Hilfiger. He said, the dog I had at home, I thought he was a 10. After I ref the show, he let me know that my dog at home was only a 6. Bullet is the best dog I've ever seen in my life. But you never hear nobody talk about him. Why
Big shout out to B. Hines. Big shout out to B. Hines.
Right.
We talk about him. Shit, what you thought?
Right.
We don't never let him.
And it's like people try to act like they don't know about him. But it's no way. There's too many big timers there to see it and witness themselves. Fat Bill said that he thought that was some type of Zebo dog. That's all he knew. That he came in there, crushed him and bit him down, and he was a black dog. He thought he was Zebo dog. But no, Bullet's father was a dog that I bred named Ranger that was off Thunder and Cocoa, bred to a bitch that he had named Blaster that was off of Rising Stars Whiskey and Rising Star Gypsy. Once again, Eli Jr. and Honey Bunch dog together.
Now, let me ask you, at this point in time, you understand that pedigree, don't you?
Absolutely.
You talk like you understood it very well.
But guess what, though? This is only my thinking, though, so, and these dogs represented what I thought of them, so, and, you got people, oh, look at my papers or my papers. No, these papers from these dogs, they made their own papers. Right. See, that it's a difference when a person put papers together and say, let's do this breed. But when dogs prove to make papers, now you have a different type of dog. You have a different line of dog. You have a line of dog that was carefully constructed with no curves. I don't care what line of dogs I have. From the time from 1990 to Caveman to right now, every single dog in my dog's pedigree, you cannot point out no curve in my dogs. I don't care who it is. I don't play that. But I've never done a whole lot of breed. Each dog I have, I may have done maybe 3 breeds at most. So by the time a dog 10, 12 years old, they had 3 breeds. But it was because I was getting so many good dogs, I didn't have to put any down. So my average was really up. I had a really good percentage,
Yes, sir.
So in my kennel buddy Wayne, when I was away, he did a fabulous job of holding them down because when I came home, China was still alive and still in heat. Still having heat. But I was going to be greedy and breeder, but I didn't. I said, you took care of me and these dogs so good, you lived this long, I'm going to let you go ahead and live your life out instead of being greedy and breed you, and then you die, And then that would have been greed, I felt. So, and time goes along, and now we breed Bullet in China together. I said, well, damn, we bred Fred in China. We gonna breed Bullet in China. So
I just had a dog on the show that had double bred Bullet in him, and he was a champion. He was on the bottom.
That was the night Mama was on here.
Mama was here. Yeah.
Yeah. See, and there's some very powerful dogs. Now, if you pull up LOCTITE's Champion Panther, well, I'm gonna walk this down a little slower because, man, this could go on forever.
Yeah, but you can tell me which ones to pull up. I'll pull them up.
Now, I was very private with these dogs. So you pull up LOCTITE and Doc Wilson's Champion Judy Jones.
You know what? You the reason why we did wound up in Puerto Rico. Because we was trying to go into Judy Jones. Remember, she was one of the baddest bitches up there at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now her particular, right before I left, I had schooled her out her first time and I seen her. I was like, she gonna be really nice. And Doc Wilson, like, damn, man, you gotta leave, man, and whatnot. I said, don't worry about it. I said, man, that time, they ain't gonna go by fast. I said, well, we'll link up again. I said, but don't be surprised. You wake up one day and your best dog on your porch.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, huh? I was like, yeah. But I never told him what. But the morning that I had to leave, I had my kennel buddy go down to the kennel and take Judy Jones and JoJo Red to Doc Wilson, while I had Wayne keep Champion Caveman, Fred, China, and the son Blackjack, JoJo's brother. So I had him keep them. So it was only Doc Wilson and Wayne that had these dogs there. So, and neither one of them was not going to let you breed to them, let one get out in their hand. That just didn't happen. So it was people that I was able to trust in who really stood up that didn't let this line of dogs out, you know.
Right. Danny Murphy, why you ain't saying Danny Murphy's name?
Man, you talking about the king, man, Danny Murphy.
Okay,
That's my boy, man.
I'm waiting.
Man, hey, but listen, the king, man, if he is on here right now, man, he gonna tell whoever on here listening, I got some lockup money. That's all you. Yeah, nothing. I got some lockup money. Yeah, man. So, anyway, so I touched down. So my bitch Mahogany, you know, I left her with my friend who's a pharmacist, you know, and Mahogany was off of a Champion Bullet and Caveman. So I bred her to my dog Diablo, which Diablo was off a grandson of Miles Davis, bred to a triple China Caveman female. So that was the Miles Davis and the LOCTITE blood together. Now, Miles is 50%. The Smiley stuffed the Jeep, and the other 50% was the Pierre Mayfield nigger through the Esther bitch. So when I crossed that into my dogs, it did exactly the same that they had always been doing. Actually, Randy, when I had talked to him, he had told me, I said, Randy, how the dogs, you know, that you got, how you like? He said, Mike, he said, right now, this was then at that time. He said, man, I might be feeding 100 dogs. He said, the best dog on my yard is this black male I got off of Miles and Judy Jones. He said, man, I think he an ace. He the baddest dog I got. So I was like, damn. So I was like, okay. Like, so as time went on, I would always hear about some dudes saying that they got some caveman stuff, but they didn't know how the papers bred. So I would hear it, but I never paid attention. Now then Flip Mode Kennel wound up having a 4-time winner, a champion that they claimed that was an ace that was off of Miles Davis. And then Flip Mode, if you out there, I appreciate you listening, and you get a chance to know where your dog come from. That's the son of champion Judy Jones.
Mm-hmm. Come up with Miles Davis.
Now I say that, pull up Miles Davis and look at Flip Mode's that daughter he got.
Hey, why he doing that? Somebody, Pit Dog wanted me to ask you about Champion Andy and Patches.
Champion Andy and Patches, I have no idea who they are, who they belong to.
Okay.
See, because there was somebody else that I noticed they had started using LOCTITE maybe about 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago, and I said, no, I said, man, I don't even know them. So for you, not real LOCTITE Kennel, I am the original LOCTITE Kennel from 1990. And where you come from, I have no idea or anything, but I appreciate it if you find you another name to use.
You don't want them good. They're getting it misconstrued, man.
Okay, I got Miles Davis up. I'm gonna go to his offspring.
Hold on, let me put it up here.
There's another Miles Davis here.
Now, when you go to Smiley, then pull up Miles. It's about 4 or 5 different Miles up there, and then you'll get a chance to see. Right, that to go try that one. No.
Okay, you can go to Smiley.
Right, go to Smiley. Right now, hit his offspring. Now, when you go down to one of them miles, it might be one in red because it's about 4 or 5 of them up there.
Okay, I got Miles here. Miles here. Okay, I'm looking for Judy though, right? Miles.
No. Pull up Miles Davis in that blue right there. Try that blue one.
This one?
Yeah. Now try Offspring from there. Is it a lot of Offsprings on there or just a few?
I was looking for Miles to Judy Jones, right?
Right. No, it's not going to be up there because Flip Mode doesn't know who the mom is.
Okay, so the name of the dog would be what though?
The kennel name is Flip Mode Champion.
I got it right here.
Yeah.
There you go.
Spook.
Champion Spook. Your 4-time winner.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's his pedigree. He got from Miles Davis.
They don't have the bottom on there.
Miles Davis to Judy Jones.
That's her son. That's that bad motherfucker that Randy said that he thought was an ace on his yard when he went away. That's him. Flip Mode them just never knew how he was bred. But me and Randy used to talk about that.
Well, it's still on here, a true ace, 100%. I bet you that was a nice ass breed because Miles Davis to Judy Jones, that's a hell of a breed.
But see, what makes it more significant is, well, if you pull up Miles and Judy, it should be a pedigree up there.
There's a pedigree out there with Judy on there. Let me see if I can see it in these offsprings. I should be able to see that over here. Let me see if there's another Miles Davis here.
Hey, why he looking for that? Mike. You remember Johnny Hat, right?
Yeah.
Good dude, wasn't he? Because we talk a lot about Johnny Hat. You know,
Johnny Hat. He reminded me of just a good old cowboy. All he needed was that cowboy hat on and them boots, man. Johnny Hat, you know, he was a real good guy, you know.
Yes, he was. We talk a lot about him because he used to always have, you know.
Hell. What about Jethro?
Yeah, Jethro. What about and catfish? Don't forget catfish.
Yeah, I remember one night we beat Jethro with Image. Down there, Image wound up losing, but Antonio, I wound up winning about $600 from. I bet that Image was scratched 3 times, but on that 4th one, I said, "Oh no, that nigga ain't coming either. I ain't betting no more." And he showed us still didn't take that motherfucking count. Yep. Now pull up champion LOCTITE's champion Black Panther.
Let's see here. I want to go back to this statement. Why he doing that? My man Sabir, you said, hold on, let me make sure I do this right here. Sabir said you have to understand a lot of people don't know about those hounds because they in the now. Not back then. People go on what they see. You got to realize that most people have no knowledge of the history. Well, you know what? That's why we do what we do. And it's good to have people like my man, LOCTITE, might come in and then we all from the same area, so we know a lot of people. So a lot of the names he naming, y'all have heard us say before. But these were some serious ass dogmen, man. I'm telling you, these boys up in that area, they was like Detroit. You had to have some shit to come out of that area to survive. Because once you came out the area and was on the road, shit, you had issues. Because they ain't had no problem getting on the road. That's where we got that shit from. Fuck staying home. The work was done at home. Now we going out somewhere. And you good to leave the yard because it don't matter at that point.
Hey, I got him up here.
Okay.
Panther, Captain Panther. This is a badass dog, red dog right here. Cause you know, man, we had Timex, Satan's little mate brother.
Hey, listen, that dog right there, man. When I say that he has speed, intense, fast, but his style on the release, he gonna slam you dead in your throat. And man, and when I say when he there like glue. He there like glue. But his first time out, I think we won in maybe about 20-some minutes. The second time, we beat Terry Jr. in there in 9 minutes. He hit them in the throat and then made that whistling sound like a pressure valve had a pinhole or something in it. That motherfucker was whistling. Man, in 9 minutes, they stopped the show. And then after that, wound up going up to South Bend, Indiana. And I was just talking with one of the guys from Down and Dirty yesterday, saying to myself, like, how is it that Down and Dirty, Ohio Cash, everybody went to this show. Nobody can remember the name of the kennel that we went into. But the guys had a 4-time winner, and Panther was going for championship. Cash said, Mike, after 15 minutes, Panther's ass end was destroyed. He said, but he kept on plugging and kept on plugging and kept on plugging. He said, man, at an hour, Panther is motherfucking even with this dog with no ass in, dragging it around like a bag of potatoes. At an hour and 20, Panther is the motherfucking winner. This 4-time winner then finally gave up the ghost. Panther had to take 150 staples after that, but he wound up not making it. He passed away about 4 or 5 days later, but he had to get 150 staples. Man, the game that said he displayed the style and ability and durability to stay in there, but more than anything, his mind to stay clear, to be the dog that he was. See, a lot of people think it's just dog, but if you don't have a dog with a clear mind or a dog that is ready to go through what they go through, man, a lot of them will walk away, man, and say, shit, hey man, that was the last one for me. You can go on ahead. I'm not going no more. But when you have a dog by all means necessary that says, I am willing to die to win, that's what gave me chill bumps. A dog that's willing to die. I don't care. It could have been grand champion Lukey Duke and grand champion whatever. This one could have been blowing them out. But if I see this dog trying and trying, no matter what, and try, I am more inclined to breed to that dog that is extremely game versus that hard biting dog that knocked the dog off in 15 minutes. I see where your mouth at, but I don't know nothing about your heart. And if we talking about making a family, I need to know where your mother, where your father, not just him, where your cousin, aunts, and sisters and all that. See, you have a lot of people. Yeah, I got grand champion Blackjack. Where the fuck is Blackjack's mama and daddy and sisters and brothers and cousins at? Where they at? You know, you talk about one dog, but where the rest of them litter mates at? Oh, yeah, I had a great hog dog. Okay, where the fuck is hog dog sister? Where the brothers at? It's just these one dogs, and if that's the case, that's outstanding. But you hear about these great dogs over and over, but you don't hear about them litter mate brothers and sisters that turn out to be curs. Like Grand Champion Joey. Joey's father, Sparky, was the only one in his litter that was anything. Joey was the only thing in his litter that was anything.
That's true.
You know, that's like a lot of people didn't get a chance to see the show. Grand Champion Cheyenne and Champion Donna. It was Champion Donna and Champion Cheyenne. But Cheyenne won a grand championship. You know, but me and old man Mr. Sam that owned the dog champion nose ringer, they got stolen. He was a good friend of mine. You know, so I've been up to Mr. Long's and Mountain Man's and seen different dogs. You know, you go to them, then after going so many places, oh, this dog hard biting. You get there, you say, damn, man, this is just the average biting dog again. This is the average biting dog. A lot of people talk, oh, I got this bad dog because they're excited to see their dog doing something that it wasn't usually doing. So that makes people excited. But once they get to the block sometimes, and more than sometimes, the dog not what they thought it was because they didn't really check it at home before they got on the road.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with Pitbull Mafia?
Man, you talking about Doc Wilson? Yeah,
right.
That's where Judy Jones come from. Pitbull Mafia. When I left her with, that's what I said. I left Judy Jones and
That's Doc Wilson, ain't it?
Yeah, I left Judy Jones with Doc Wilson.
Okay, my man Sabir said Pitbull Mafia champion Judy Jones, 6-time winner. It had her listed with no offsprings on the pet, but it mentioned you, LOCTITE, and Pitbull Mafia as the owner.
Well, now, see, my dogs have, and this was just some shit that Irish Jerry taught me, so I would use it. My dogs had 2 names, like Caveman's paper name is Jabbo, Jabbo, but his call name is Caveman. But Caveman's registered father is Wright's Grand Champion Jubal. But when you look at it online, it'll say Wright's Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Goodyear is Jubal, like Jabbo is Caveman.
Yeah, Pit Dog said, yeah, that's why I said show him the pet, Mike. All Lester dogs.
Which one, Mike?
What are you looking at? Fred's pedigree?
I don't know. I think it was he's the one that asked about Champion Andy and Patches. So
how do I blow this screen?
Yeah. This is the breeding.
The pet.
Here, let me go back to where I was. This is your boy breeding. I was just showing him the bottom.
Panther.
Yeah. See down here, that's Grand Champion Luther bred the black lady.
I don't know if it's really in the sign to touch it. Put it up on the phone. Just have it on the phone.
No, I was showing where we had bred George.
Oh yeah, shit. That's George all day long. Then they bred George to his littermate sister.
Well, here's the breeding.
Go down there to Struthers Black Lady.
I did. That was where I just came from.
No, that was George.
Right here. Brother sister.
Okay, no. See, I wanted you to pull up her whole bottom. Right. See, so when you pull up Hercules or Miss Luther.
There you go.
Right now, you see what the Luther Satan stuff is?
Mm-hmm. It's all the same shit.
Man, I don't switch shoes.
No, well, check this out. No, we had bred to George. You know T.O.?
Yeah.
You know Arsenal.
Yeah.
We bred him and got her. See T.O.?
Uh-huh.
And we had a 2-time winner down here, best in show when we bred it to our Mayday stuff.
Man. Hey.
Yeah. Mike, we was still doing it. You know,
T.O. the one gave us the dog.
Right.
He was keeping us full.
Yeah, we bred it to May too and got him out of it.
Hey, but I tell you what, if they ever take that George sperm and put it over that Red Bull stuff, man, gracious.
Oh Lord, help me. Hey, look.
Gracious.
Look, man, I got the female down here off of Red Bull, bred to Gloria. Red Bull's sister.
I know. I seen it.
She was bred the grand champion, Mr. Mayday.
Mm-hmm. I see where you trying to do that breeding with that dog,
Buddy?
huh?
With Buddy?
With Buddy, yeah, I seen that. And hey, for people who have no idea, man, Buddy has a gigantic mouth. I mean, gigantic.
Yeah.
Gigantic.
You heard what he said, gigantic. Cause they're telling you better got to have that buddy love in your life, man. You know, and both of them dogs we talking about that T.O. behind both of them. Yep. Yellow Dog and Buddy Love.
Yeah, man. He was. Yeah, I got these. He bought her down, and we better than made to. Got that mail out of one dog.
Hey, pull up, shut him down, Kennels champion, Mister.
I mean, Sabir said, see, the issue is folks was so secretive and selective about who they dealt with, so it stays within the circle. And in my honest opinion, some of us did the same thing, and they did it to us. But you know what, man? You learn the way you become the way you learn certain things. And we always say that over here because a lot of things that we and our habits came from the people that we were around.
But one thing for damn sure, I know that we would breed to all each other's shit. I see Mau Mau, I see Stein.
I see Dot.
Now that's a hell of a pedigree right there.
What's the dog, Mo? Let's see who.
Shut him down, champion, Mister. 4-time winner, 1-time game loser. For those who don't know, that's Mau Mau's Miles Davis, Mau Mau's Money, Mau Mau's champion Stein. They go Triple M. Man, that's an Ohio bred dog right there. There goes Satan's line. Oh, Fred.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Tonio and BLB? Remember they went in half to go get that Jesse dog. You know, they were partners. You know, Bush didn't make it out there on his own. But they fell out. And T.O. said, well, just pay me my half of it and you can have the dog.
Hey, Mike, do you ever think of yourself as a breeder?
No, I didn't in the beginning, but as time go on, and you look back and you say, well, shit, I got 36 years tied in with this one particular line of dogs. I'm a breeder for myself. I'll put it like that.
Okay.
I know you breeding to good dogs that you know good dogs. That's for damn sure, because I'm looking at this pedigree here, and all these is good dogs.
Now, pull up Miss Jones' pedigree. Now, pull up her sibling. No, sibling.
Oh, sibling, my bus. K-Man too?
Yeah. Now, Pull up his offspring. You see that these are litter mates that make champions in each litter. The sister made champion Mister. He made champion Panther.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you hit Caveman 2, I'm gonna show you something. Now go to his offspring. Now go to where you see Fleetwood. Now go to siblings. No, not siblings. This stop right there. This particular dog, I sent him down. Well, before I sent him down there, we had a big rollout over at Bobby Hans in those spot. And this was his fourth time he rolled. In the first 4 times, he never started up. All he would do is scratch back into the dog. I mean, hard as a rocket, but wouldn't defend himself. He'd lay there while a dog up in his gut, his throat, his chest, anything. Wouldn't do nothing. I said, man, I'm going to look at him one more time. I said, if he don't start, I said, I'm putting him down. What I do is like, man, why would you put him down? The motherfucker keeps scratching. He doing the number one thing you bred him for. So I thought about that. I said, you make sense. You made all the sense in the world. He doing the number one thing. I said, well, I'm going to put a mouth dog on him. I just think he don't understand what his weapon is. I put that mouth dog on him. I literally had to move him out of town that night. I had so many phone calls. My God, man, that dog's so bad, man. Man, he'll kill everything over on that yard. And woo, man, you gonna breed him instead of. So I sent him out of town to Freak Girl Jessie in North Carolina. If people don't know who Freak Girl is, to me, she is one of the most dedicated dog ladies that I've known. I wound up locking her up with Chain Gang Kennel here, and they went 4 hours to a draw. So, and before the show started, Chain Gang asked me, he said, hey, man, where the person I'm going to? I said, here she is right here. He said, a lady? I said, this lady right here. So he wound up, counting the money and everything, and went on and weighed and washed. Man, that bitch that if you look up on there named Silk. Silk is the bitch that went there 4 hours with her.
4 hours? God damn, that bitch was in shape.
Went 4 hours. She took Tip to deep water. You hear me? Then Tip was like, damn, man, what the? Yeah, man, she really brings a really, really nice dog. And so the dog that I'm breeding off of right now, well, I have his son. His son is 9 years old. Go to Fleetwood's offspring. He was only bred the one time. And pull up South Florida's Cadillac. All those Cadillac the same dog. That's him right there. Now, the history on him is his litter mates were stolen and 17 dogs were shot on Freak Girl Jessie's yard. They killed my dog Fleetwood while he was there, and they stole Cadillac's other 5 litter mates. It was 6 in the litter, 3 brindle and 3 black. So I told Freak Girl, let me get all the black ones, because she really liked the brindle one. So I said, okay, you keep the brindle ones. So that was fine. But when they killed all the dogs and took the puppies, Fleet Cadillac was the only one that was alive. So me and Jessie, wound up talking and said, well, how we going to handle this? My main dog got killed. And then the litter mate, I said, so, I think it'd be right. No, you send them up here to me. I do some breeding. I send them back down and you do some. So she wound up sending them to me, man. And she was like, Mike, it's 2 of these motherfuckers in this litter. They're like fucking heathens. I was like, what? She said, they're like fucking heathens. It's this Brenda one I got named Cadillac, I call her, and this black bitch. Man, they fucking heathens. I said, why? She said, Mike, They're 4 months old. They try to fight the grown dogs for serious right now. I said, when you say serious, she said, no, not play. These dogs, they try to fight the grown dogs for real right now. I had to separate them. So that's how I wound up getting Cadillac, because of the siblings wind up getting stolen and the dad getting killed. So anyway, he about 13 months old. I'm looking at him. He bouncing around, and every dog. Now, too, I want to let y'all know, this is the very first brindle dog in my line ever, because I have nothing brindle in my yard and no nothing. So I know exactly what year he came. The brindle stuff came in my yard. The color come from. So I was like, but Jesse, everybody else got these red boy dogs, and they red dogs with red noses. She said, them ain't real red boy dogs. She said, the real red boy dogs in disguise. I said, what did that mean? She said, the real red boy dogs in disguise. So she explained to me. She said, here, I'm going to walk you through this. She said, I sat down with David Tant and Mr. Chavis, and they tell me the color of the dog. So I said, let me pull up Red Boy's pedigree. Red Boy's daddy, Jeff Brindle. Britches is Brindle. Rifle Brindle. All these dogs, Brindle. I said, oh, this pedigree loaded with Brindle dogs. So people just seeing the red dogs, they don't know the Brindle. So, now when I get my dogs come up, they say, what's that? I'd say Red Boy in disguise. I got the Brindle Red Boy stuff, to come down to the dogs. And anyway, so one of my dogs get off the chain, and and I was here, so I was able to stop it. But he had a lump on his shoulder. The other dog had a lump on his shoulder. It was a male I had named Cappuccino. I was like, damn, y'all just bit and I broke y'all up instantly. So shit not have happened that quick. And maybe another 2 months go past. I said, I'm a motherfucking goddamn face him off with this dog right here. I face him off. They grabbed each other in the mouth. So when I popped him a loose, man, the dog side of his face, his whole side swole up. I'm like, man, is this little puppy really biting like this? I said, nah. So now 18 months come around. I can't wait. I done went out this night, went to the club. I get home, it might be about 1:32 in the morning. So I'm back in the driveway. I just hear. I'm like, damn it, let me go back here and see what's going on. But I'm drunk and I got on dress clothes, so I'm not moving as fast as I could be. So when I get out there and I look on one side of my yard, I see it's nothing there. And Diablo is the only one on this side of the fence. So I know this is Diablo that's on this other side of the fence. So I go out there and I'm trying to get my eyes to adjust so I can see where the dog's kind of pointing. They point at Cadillac. I'm like, damn, him and Cadillac into it. So I said, but let me go in the house. I come in the house, change my clothes, get the sticks. I go back out there. And I get over there, so I break him up and shit. So I was able to get him loose. So I just take Diablo, drag him back and put him on the chain and I go in the house. So I wake up the next morning. I'm like, damn, nigga, them dogs was fighting. Man, you forgot your drunk ass get up. So I got up like, damn, let me go out here. And I went out there and said, Diablo, come here. He didn't move. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Hold on, y'all.
Big shout out to my man John Dembry in the house. John said, I know that bottom side well. Big shout out to my man DT Smith. Welcome to the Shark Tank fam. He said, JHK, I saw Caveman and Whitehead. And it was just like Ty said. John Dembry said that McCrae Judge blood on the bottom, RIP. Yes, sir.
All right, gentlemen, I'm back. I had to make a bathroom run. Yeah, so where was we at just then?
Damn.
Hello?
You were talking about the mail.
Huh?
You were talking about the mail. You was calling for him, and he wouldn't move.
Oh, yeah. So I'm like, Diablo. So he don't come out. So I go and I grab his chain. I pull out. His muzzle is broke. It's turned upside down. I'm like, God damn. So I pull him all the way out the doghouse. His front right leg is broken, not in the wrist or the elbow, in the forearm, dead in the middle, broken. I'm like, damn, this motherfucker bite like this. So I said, well, let me go in the back and see what's wrong with him. So I go in the back and see what's wrong with him. I say, Calvin, he's sitting up. I thought he was sitting up in the doghouse. His head, he faced me, and I'm like, come on, man. So he trying to get out. He moves slow. Man, both his front arms, probably big as a human arm. But when he drag himself out, he cannot walk. He drag his back legs out. He dragged like a bag of potatoes. I'm like, damn. So I go over to him and I lift him up. It looked like somebody stood in front of him with a shotgun and shot him up in his stifles with that gun. I'm like, God. So I just got to working on him. I done went and got the Baytril, the Combiotic, the Pro Pen, the Combi Pen, the Cephalexid, anything that I could find that I know had, because I know that this break, especially Diablo's muzzle and leg, but shit, this shit kind of like the ass in too. So anyway, I was able to set the brake back on Diablo's leg, was able to wrap him up, but his nose was turned upside down. I wasn't able to save him, so I just wound up putting him down instead of letting him suffer. So I was working on the Cadillac, and I got him all the way together. Shit, man. But his ass end leaked for 18 months after that. Just steady draining. Had to put a tube in there. He drained for 18 months. But after I looked at Cadillac, my mind said, Mike, your principle, what you stand on with these dogs, are gameness. So you know what you got to do. Man, I turned around. I went and took Diablo off the chain. I walked and started walking him in the back on the other side where everybody, as soon as they seen each other, both of them at each other. The chills that went through me, man, it was like the greatest blessing that anybody could have that's in the dog game to see that. And I said right there, nigga, you breathing exactly what you want to. But I had to put Diablo down. I never had any semen frozen or nothing. But the male that I'm using now for my main stud dog, I plan on going to get some juice up off of him. So hey, look at Cadillac's offspring. Go all the way down. The bottom, you see right there where it says South Florida famous. But I'm going to tell you about his littermate brother over top of him. That's his littermate brother, Tiger Jack. His littermate brother, Little Cadillac. Right. You see that red, sugar pop, the lollipop? See, these are all sisters and brothers. But just pull up famous. That way you'll see the last one on there. This is the male that's in my backyard right now that I'm using for my main stud dog. You pull his pad up, you'll see how he bred.
Brother, that's damn near 40 years for you, bro.
When I say from the front to the back, every dog you look at, I can tell you about every last one of them because we've seen them and checked every last one of them. Now go to the bottom on Sugar Pop and her mama where it say South Florida's Missy. Right. Super bad bitch. Super bad. Pull a pad up so they can see it. See, he 3/4 my Honey Bunch Eli Jr. and 1/4 the Awesome Beast. But you see where it say Norman Cheyenne at? On there? You see that's Mims Dopey. See here, a lot of people. See, I'm the first person that I know of that used the Mims Dopey here in Cleveland because after they see me Cadillac Road, oh, let me freeze right there. Now I'm on the fish with Cadillac. So after that, Cadillac healed up. So now there's a guy that was here named G, real serious young guy, that's a student. That's really, he had a 4-time, his dog wound up making a 4-time winner named Sugar Ray. Man, they want to look at Sugar Ray, won his last time out. And this was me looking at Cadillac's first time off the yard, not an accident. Man, Sugar Ray, man, was just like that same dog that Smith and Walton had, but he was a blood in, blood out bred dog from some termite stuff. Man, he jumped on top of my dog's head and rode him for 30 minutes like this. I mean, shaking him, slamming him, but Cadillac is chasing him. He cannot come off of his head. He bet not come off of the head. Man, but he only got him by the ear. He chased him. But out of these 32 minutes, he may have caught him a total time of 2 minutes. So when they got to the 32-minute mark, he said, all right, man, let me go on and let me get some work in, man. I'll let you beat me up for 32 minutes, man. Let me go. No, man, we can stop him, man. He catching him. All right, what the shit? So anyway, he wound up stopping it. The very next day, the gentleman Lowe from Shut 'em Down Kennel called me and said, LOCTITE, when you get some time, stop over my house today. I went over there, I said, what's going on? He said, go in that room in the house. Because in one of the rooms in the house, he had it set up like a vet, had IV bags and all that stuff. I went in there, man, this dog Champion Sugar Ray is on IV bags and shit. I said, man, what? He said, man, your dog cat like bite like. I said, I know he bite, man, but then in them 2 minutes, he had this dog on life support. You hear me? So I wound up selling him to a war paint kennel down in Alabama. But they wind up getting in trouble. Then my dude Fish down in South Florida wind up getting him, and that's where he stayed at it without letting that blood get out to people, down there. So right now that's where I'm at with these dogs. Had a shit, man. Through this line, I see where you had different people that, I did this and I did that. But you talk about the same 1 or 2 dogs over and over. Shoot, man, this line of dogs had probably 7, 8 champions, multiple 2-time winners, multiple 1-time winners. And through all of this, it may be 109, 119 matches with only 9 losses. And out of the 9 losses, it was only 2 that curved out.
Hey, Mo, sound like us, don't it, man?
They've been in every journal and every magazine Fat Bill got. It's no making this up. And it's all fast lane people.
Yep.
So I feel that this line, man, has stood the test of time. And, when you go into business, I don't care if it's a car, if it's soap powder, once it lasts 20 years on the shelf with something, that's considered blue chip stock. This 36 years, I think I got blue chip stock.
Say it again, fam. Shit. There's a reason why we talk about you, man. What are you saying? We ain't gonna never let them forget. You got me fucked up. I'm glad you showed up, LOCTITE.
I know you be hearing your name in our music and shit, so you already know we know who you know what I'm saying? We always be talking about every name on that track.
Right. Hey, but it's so crazy. I heard y'all talking the other day about something, and it's just be interesting. I used to race dirt bikes professional, and I mean I jump hills, do all that shit. I used to race drag bike professional with the IDBA and the NHRA. I had a group called Black Money, took them on a 37-city tour with Bone Thugs and Harmony. I feel that I did a good job by my dogs, over the years. Mm-hmm. Hell, I think I'm the most interesting man that I motherfucking know.
Yeah, that's why we talk about you.
That's like shit. Mario Manningham, that's my little cousin. LeBron James, Savannah, his wife, my daughter and mother down there, Marquel, Jonathan Brinson, that's Savannah's first cousin. LeBron's kids, they're my nephews, but I don't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that list can get long and longer, when you really start talking about the people that we be associated with, because our music career goes a whole nother level, but it's basically like our dog career.
Mm-hmm.
Anything you do, it's always going to be consistent, because I know you have fun in many different ways. You know what I'm saying? But when it came to these bulldogs, you wasn't nothing to be played with. And time tells that. That's why we talk about it, because I'm glad you were here to tell your story, because we got this rap song. I don't know if you heard it, but we always say the people in this song, they got their own stories. You know what I'm saying? They worth talking about. And to hear you come on and show us, you know, and then be consistent through the years. See, you sitting here talking about your shit. Like we sit here and we can talk about our shit. Most of the people that come on here, they're gonna be talking about
Triple
they
M.
shit.
I see y'all. All y'all got y'all shit bred to that shit. Arsenal. These are all the names that we be talking about that we know. Shine B. All y'all are great dog men to us. For real. And y'all ain't in no book. I mean, you in some y'all, you in the magazine K-Man and you been on the journal. But you know, for these young dudes, when we get on the bus, we got some shit to show them. You know, and by y'all coming on, giving y'all story, you know, there's times has changed. We back then we was doing a lot. It's not the same now. But the cowboy dogs and the dog men that were back there, there was so many good dogs and so many good dog men to be a 90%er. And I do say the kennels that I bring on, the ones that I talk about, I don't hesitate to say y'all were all 90%ers.
90% of the time, you can best believe they gonna win.
Y'all got that win, you know, and that's how we roll.
But and then too, you know what motivated me more, like at the beginning of the story, I went to other top dog men and all of them turned me down. And that was even more of my motivation to say, when I get my own line built up from me dealing with black brothers in the game, I'm going to go to all of them mountains and them valleys that y'all said, no, we not going to give you a dog. I'm here. I'm here now. And at the end of it, man, a lot of them fell to these dogs. A lot of these dogs went into a lot of two-time winners and dogs for champion. I had first-time out dogs going to bitches going for their grand champion, man, and on the 4-5 card show and win best in show first time out on the grand champion. Man, I was told by about 4 people, it's no way you can have a dog that can beat that bitch at first time out dog. When it was over, they said, man, not only did you win best in show, you won gamers. How you win best in show and gamers and show on the same card?
Because you was going into that goddamn grand champion that couldn't nobody beat.
But also because I showed that this is what I'm bringing. Like, I'm down with gameness and the motherfucker that's planning on being there and smart and know how to finish it. Man, but the biggest thing to me that night, because all the naysayers there, was probably about 250 people there to see the grand champion. Blaze was on that card. Nitro was on that card that Bobby Hines had. Some boys from South Carolina came up with a champion. And Nitro, he was the first time out on that card too, and he knocked off that champion. He won best opposite sex, you know. So, man, I get calls and say, man, that was one of the better shows I've ever been to. No loudness, no noise, no nothing, just bulldogs in there, bulldogging out this over with. Man, hey, congratulations, man. That was nice to meet you, man. And, you know, you got something coming up or you're around, give me a call, you know, because right now I keep in contact with every dog man that I knew back then, unless they passed away. So anytime you see something that from the Frio boys, know that they real. That's a real Texas kennel. They just older now, you know. So you had the new guys coming up, and you know, like Dave that had the Puma dog. I got a story about that, but it's only a story. My buddy that stayed down in Miami while Cadillac was down there had bred to a bitch that I was going to go pick up, but my money didn't run right, so he wound up buying her. And he bred Cadillac to her, and there was 3 in the litter. It was a male and 2 female. So the one male, his name was Benjamin Button, because when he was a little puppy, he looked like a little old mother. I said, damn, he looked old. So right then I said, man, name him Benjamin Button. So as he got older, you know, he started looking younger, started looking at age and filled into his body and everything. Was like, man, this dog looks so good. So we wind up schooling him out, man. He tried to lock into Dave. If y'all know who Dave is, I had the Puma dog. He tried to lock into Dave into Puma, but his brother got in the way and said, "Man, you know this is our family. Well, you know that I kick it with or whatnot, dog, man." He said, "Man, them your buddies, they got the dogs. They got their own program. I got my own. I want to put Benjamin Button on them, man." And when his brother would not put them two together, a couple years later, his brother said, "Man, I didn't do that because Dave, that's my friend. But at the same time, I truly feel Benjamin Button would have killed Puma right there dead in the block."
Because they know you was bringing that fire.
No, the fire was already down there.
Okay.
You know, that's like another time, you know, I sent a bitch down there named Miss Ohio. They put her on the bitch. You know, she probably came about 37. They put her on the bitch her side. They said, man, in 15 minutes, she had destroyed this bitch so motherfucking bad. It was crazy. They got on the phone, the guys from Florida, and said, Mike, whatever these dogs are that you breed, man, these motherfuckers know karate. Man, they know how to fight. They stay out of trouble. They don't get hurt. And, man, if they get 20 minutes behind, there's no recovery. They got you down bad. I said, I know. So next time they do it, they put a bitch on her. Then they call and tell me, oh, man, this bitch crushed her windpipe, man. And about 12 minutes had her fucked up, man. She ain't this and she ain't what we thought. You said she ain't what you thought from what? The first time you looked at her to now? No, because this bitch, man, she couldn't handle her. She couldn't do nothing with her. So I'm a little confused now. This the baddest bitch you seen. But now the second time you say, so what happened? Oh no, nigga, you ain't telling the truth. Man, the other bitch was, man, 12 pounds bigger than her. Man, hang the fucking phone up. I don't even want to talk to this fool. So you gonna tell me you put a dog 12 pounds bigger than her, and then you say that she didn't look good? I guess she wasn't supposed to look good. I said, that's like Shaquille O'Neal take you and put you on the basketball court and just elbowing you, moving you around, dunking on you. And then they tell you, oh, man, you ain't nothing. You ain't shit. And you say, man, this nigga got a whole foot and a half on me and 100 pounds bigger than me. But right, you what you did was foolishness.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it. But you try to use the dog to say that this was the problem. No, the problem was your thinking from the beginning. Why would you roll a dog 12 pounds bigger than a dog that's only a 37-pound dog?
We've all done it before. I mean, we done it before, not knowing. We went to Jeffro like that. But that was early in the game. See, we learned from those mistakes because we didn't know nobody. That's when how Cash and them stepped in and taught us how to do that shit, do it the right way. But that's how we learned. That was our biggest mistake.
And then kind of find out that's not that. You your brother's brother, but you not his keeper. You want to see any dog he got from me do bad. But guess what? Over and over, you keep saying, man, these motherfuckers bad. They had some shit from an old man named Mr. D down there. If y'all familiar with old man Mr. D, he has a real hard biting old Eli dog, real hard bite. So the old guy on the phone, he said, yeah, Mike, man, these dogs, they do this to dogs and they do that. I said, well, Mr. D, what about if they run into a game dog that bite back like that too? Hell, I don't get a chance to see that, man. So now the mama name is Poison. So Miss Poison's daughter get up to be 13 months old and jump on her. My dude had to come out and motherfucking goddamn get her off of him because she didn't curve the mama out and call Mr. D back and send him a picture. Mr. D, look at this. He see the picture. God damn, what happened to her with Poison? Yeah, her little 13-month-old did that to her, made her quit. Man, the phone got so quiet. And then I said, well, Mr. D, you know what I told you? Well, what about when she meet one of this game that got that same mouth on her?
Mm-hmm.
That was that. After that, man, when you gonna breed it to some of that stuff? When you gonna breed it to some of that stuff? You know, it's just that I like the line because it's that line that the treat when you're a little kid that you go to the amusement park. This is the treat that you wind up getting that you wasn't expecting, you know. So that's how I always look at it. When you get one, raise him up, be good to it. I believe that over the years, time doesn't tell no lie; it just tells the truth, you know. And here we are. And what they say, when the truth is on the scene, falsehood will flee.
Yes, sir. With time has passed, and when you sit back and look on the work that you have contributed to this game, could you have ever imagined that during the time? I mean, while you was doing it, it never dawned on you, did it?
Well, yes and no. No idea that this line will have the success that it had, and still right now as pre-potent as it was then. But did I ever think about it? I guess I kind of did, because man, in the beginning about them telling me, no, man, my mind was, I'm gonna build the best line that I feel that I don't care who I go into, you gonna remember my name,
Mm-hmm.
and that was something that I truly meant, man.
Hey.
It's not easy to go out and truly, and when you're not picking and you're on the road, to win you one match. So let alone 2, 3, and over and over, man. You on to something right. And for a person to say, "Oh, I went out there and I won. It's easy. I did that. It's easy." Man, it's not easy. Not when you out there with the real deal and you banging. You get surprised and all types of, man.
Make you learn to respect the game. I'm trying to tell you.
One thing I say to older guys out here: don't never disrespect or underestimate that new young kid that you're looking at sitting over on the other side of that block. And the young guys, don't rush. Do not rush. If you can't sit and wait 18 months, if you're not out there busting ice out of them buckets and dealing with parvo, dealing with dogs and sick chain fights in the middle of the night and all that through winter, spring, summer, and fall. See, we have a different winter here. So we get down to some real cold numbers. So if you're not ready for all that shit getting splashed in your mouth while you're cleaning up and pissed, you're not ready for the dog game. So if you're not putting those commitments in, and the number one thing, stop. Man, it's like y'all young guys get on the phone and fight with papers and do all that arguing and shit. And the police on there listening. Like, what the fuck is some of you intentionally trying to set somebody up? Some of these podcasts is a police podcast. It's like y'all talk about too much stuff that they should not know nothing about. Why is your sister, cousin, brother, niece, nephew there? Oh, no, that's my brother. But your brother, he got some trouble going on. He don't need to be here. Oh, well, it's cool. Oh, man, man, now, look, it came out to it. It was the cousin. Look, he told him what everything was going on. So to me, man, if it ain't dog business, don't bring it around.
Yes, sir. That's a jewel drop, because it's important that they understand it, because you see what we see. We speak on it only because, I couldn't imagine people doing it back in our time, because it wasn't allowed. We was more strict about, even when you go to a show. Do you remember how you used to go to them? Like you said, that show, you had over 200 some people. We've been to a couple of them, and it was like everybody was responsible for whoever they bought. Man, you didn't see no phones out, people recording. You didn't see none of that crazy shit going on.
Right. I'll put it like this. The biggest show that got busted was up in Saginaw, Michigan. It was 300 of us there. Not a soul said a word. Everybody wound up going to court, got what they got, and went home. Unless a show like that, I don't know where they at no more.
I don't know. Do you remember when they hit Cash and all them got busted up in Romulus, and they ended up like the Night of Champions.
No, that's in Saginaw, up in Bay City. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, we always call it, but we was
Yeah,
there that night.
I was there. Me, Cash, and Butch rode up there together.
Yeah, we got away. We ended up we wound up with Boss Man.
Oh, okay.
So, but I remember that night when they got him, and we was out there in the woods down in the ditch, and they end up shooting all them dogs that was at that spot. Every dog, they was pulling them out the cars, shooting them.
Yeah, Andy Cap's brother was on there, Calvin.
Yeah.
The boys from Boston. Man, shit, Boss Man and shit, Durant and McNasty was getting it on for when the dough come in at the 48-minute mark. But prior to that, I want to tell y'all about the 45-minute mark when Boss Man turned his head and was looking around like he was ready to go. See, people don't talk about cur dogs in people's pedigree. They just talk about the good dogs, you know. Man, I think Boss Man was going to pack it in. Now, I'm not here. This is not a story I'm hearing from nobody. No, this is what I said with my own.
We was there. We remember Boss Man left out the window by the horse with us.
And that's like when Chain Gang went into Boss Man. That same thing, I think he rubbed him. That night, man, listen, Shy Boy was in that corner, man, 100 miles an hour, tail still wagging. Man, when he turned around, the eyes big as a goddamn, man, big as a mule, just standing there looking, tail still wagging, but just like he just didn't stop fighting. Man, I seen Shy Boy, man, in some shit, man. That's why I say that particular fight, Boss Man didn't do shit. I read in the book where they wrote, but Boss Man broke one leg. Man, Boss Man ain't break shit on that dog. That dog stood up in the corner at the end and quit with his eyes dilated, big as a 50-cent piece, and looked like a smile on his face with his tail wagging. That sounds like some bullshit to me.
How long did that one go?
Shit, it went 48 minutes. That's when the door came. Oh no, Shy Boy was that was I forgot the time on that. You know? Yeah. That's just like, man, it's some principle that I always stuck by. And this was something that I wanted to, let all dog men know that this is something that I, just was thinking about, that I felt went good with the line of dogs I had. As days turn to darkness and darkness turns into light, dog men have been haunted by the vastness of eternity. So we begin to wonder, will all our actions echo across the land for centuries? Will strangers hear our name long after they're gone, LOCTITE, and wonder who we were, how fearless we fought, and how courageous we died?
Damn, bro. Man, I'm glad you say that, man. I'm serious, because, Mike, we do this because of that reason right there, because it was so many of y'all that don't nobody talk about, man. That I'm so glad that you putting a stamp and seal on everything that we have been saying for the last 4 fucking years on this show.
Joe, Freedom Born, what's up, my guy? Gator Boy, hold your head up. Hold your head up, boy. I know you walking them down.
Yes, sir. And then you said something else that kind of, was the truth.
Bingo, what's up? I know you over there in North Kakalaki, motherfucker, eating that bear meat, making that soup out of that bear meat.
No, they looking. There'll be a lot of them boys out there on the back street just loving this shit. But, you were the part of that change. We remember when we coming into the 90s how things changed. We called them the New Jacks because, a lot of them, we were the young boys that was coming in changing shit. You know what I mean?
Tub, what's up there in Kansas City? I know you and Waterboy up there hanging out. Shout out to y'all.
Hey, fellas, it's going on 2:30, and we'll be up here till 6 o'clock sitting here talking about these dogs because y'all on one. But before Mike, I want you to stick around as we finish this up, man, because I want them to show some love. I got over 78 people up in here. And no telling how many people back on the back street just hanging out. I'm gonna read this right quick because we're gonna get ready to shut this down. My man Sabri said, I'm going to say this. Some of these younger brothers are on point. They only have problems with older brothers who feel like they can talk to them any kind of way. In their defense, they right.
So guess what, Sabira? If those young guys are talking to an older guy, trying to learn something, he not talking to them properly, they talking to the wrong people.
Say it again, bro. Yes, sir. It's better, you know, you talk that shit, but you better be about that shit. And that's what that's all about. That's where we get that from. Don't talk about it, be about it.
West Side Hoorah, where you at? Where you at, Reg? Rockin' Reg. Talk to me.
Big shout out to my man J-Bo showing the love. Look, fellas, fall in line and give me some goddamn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. And for my man LOCTITE, the legendary LOCTITE Mike, give him some goddamn roses. Roses. He need them goddamn roses. Show your love, man. Hey, man, great show tonight. Oh, my gosh, great. And then you know we homies, so you already know. Much love, much big respect. You know what I'm saying? Mo, you still there? Mo probably over there dealing with the dog. Big shout out to my man Cosme and Cal. Y'all show that love. Show that love. There we go. Big shout out to the insane honey badger. LOCTITE, you know you got to come back because, you know, trying to get, you know, it would be nice to have you, Mason, Eminem, Roster Man, Schoolboy. We know we're trying to get one of them type of shows together, man. And I swear I want you to be a part of it. You know what I mean? Because you have the fact that you're just willing to get up here and share the experience, man, means a whole lot. You know, because these videos they're gonna be around long after we gone.
How long will our names echo? Long after we're gone.
All we doing is paying the homage to it, man, and making sure we doing our part to make sure we did what we could do. Because see, y'all ain't in no books, ain't nobody writing our story, and you know our story took up a whole bunch of decades of shit. You know,
right?
And you know, and it's time for this is the best way we can bring it to the table, and you just became a part of that history, bro. So it will never die. We're never gonna let it die.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Shouts out to Rob, that Champion Revenge blood. Damn, that shit Garner got. That's the real blood. Shout out to T.O. and that Red Bull stuff.
Tell them, man. We be trying to let them know shit. They talk about we ain't got no motherfucker what we did all them years ago. You know, goddamn well. You know. You sit up here talk about them. That shit's still hot. 40 years later, still creating great bulldogs.
Hey, Lionel Richie said it best on one of his songs. Still.
Yeah, that's the name of the song. Still.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna get ready to go ahead and wrap it up, man. I'm glad I could chop it up with y'all and, you know, check on you and see how everything's going. Mr. Renault Morris, my main man. Man, I love you to death. Madison, man, I hear you, man. We're going to talk a little bit more a little later on. Yeah, and all the other dog men that's out there, have a good night. Love who you love.
Yes, sir. Fellas, appreciate everybody for showing up. Cool Bean, I see you, fam. Hey, who was that? Sabir, I know you wanted me to get that damn pedigree in, bro. I'm sorry I didn't get it in, but we're going to definitely have to revisit that. I just want you to know, fam, I seen it. Things was just rolling in a certain type of way, and I didn't get a chance to get it up there at that time period. But, all much love and respect, fam. I just didn't want you to think I forgot about it or I didn't see your message. My man Cool Bean came through and said that was the most definitely a classic. Top 3 shows ever. Appreciate that, Cool Bean, because coming from you, you've been around almost since day one. And that's big coming from you. Hey, Mo. I don't know what happened to Mo. But look, fellas, I appreciate y'all coming out, showing that love. Don't forget to hit that like button. Remember, this game ain't meant for everybody. And remember how the importance of, the purpose of the show tonight, and LOCTITE, this Mike just filtered in, the importance of the next Dogman and the future of your dogs really depending on, the man who took your shit and was able to do the shit that you did with it. And that was, that's big. And this is another man telling his story. And look at the influence in the people. A lot of the people y'all always hear us talk about, well, guess what? You're going to keep on hearing them because this is how they roll. And he didn't talk about no backyard shit. He's talking about where shit got hard. We call it the fast lane. You know what I'm saying? It was not easy to be able to get out there and do those things. So yeah, we hold that shit to high honors. And it's good to see it's not just us talking about our shit. There's a lot of people we can bring through here, at least the ones y'all hear us rap and talk about, because somebody who's watching and listening to this show could be that next person. You know what I'm saying? Because none of us ever look to be talked about in the future. But we were dedicated to our work, that we wanted to be the best of the best because we were playing amongst the best. And if you're going to be going into the best, you better bring your best shit. And it takes a lot to know what that best looks like. And to actually do it, that's what makes it legendary. And when somebody else can do it with your shit, the legendary status is there to be what it is, legendary and to be talked about, because that's where you're going to learn your lessons from. And I hope y'all pick that up tonight. A lot of jewels drop, a lot of information drop, and I really appreciate everybody sharing that time with us. So one damn thing for sure, we all going to understand this. The first thing he started out when Mike started, LOCTITE Mike started talking, it was the love of the game. He wanted to push that issue about what made him become who he was always going to be based on his love of the game. And then you'll notice a lot of great ones say the same thing. So take advantage of the lessons that you learn, regardless of what you do, how you do it, whether you're running up the wall, running the treadmill, try to be the best at what you're doing. And if you concentrate on yourself, you ain't got time to be worried about what the next man doing. And to me, that's what's important, because all relationships made can be broken. So that's why it's important to make sure you want to put together the right type of relationships. Like you said, there was times the right good ones wouldn't give them shit. But look at the names, almost the same names of the people that brought us into the game as far as teaching us what we learned. Is the same people you hear him talking about when we went back to Ohio. Mm-hmm. Big shout out to my man B. Himes and BLB. See, all these guys got stories, man, and these ain't no bullshit ass people. These is real these bulldog men. And I call them legendary because they have the work to prove it. So appreciate you guys. Big shout out again to J-Bo. you know, I get a shout out to J-Bo because he's the purpose of the conversation tonight, because it really made sense to me. And we're gonna leave it at that. Take heed. Another legendary dog, man. He said it. We just got a little bit into it and had the perfect man to put the stamp on it. LOCTITE Mike. Fellas, find it in your heart and better understand it, better being a dog. You got to always be willing to, always. And I mean it. You better always. And if you don't understand what it means, keep playing the videos. You better always scratch the win. Don't talk about it, be about it. Share the love. As we get up out of here, I'm going to just do you like this. Hold on, where we at, Mike? Where we at? Until Tuesday, fellas, y'all stay safe. Enjoy the weekend.
Better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to give from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted Kennels in the spotlight. Danger alerts come with the name. Super Kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work Kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, this that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same ground, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legend of doom behind set tone. LOCTITE locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game bill, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down Ram in the dark. DSK and Mad Ohio dog pound bite hard when they hit. Praise to the men who rock this shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they live it. Fat boy the legend, Lil Buster, real strong Southern bulldog. Keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Lil' fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends. Everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Call this some legendary pit bullshit, pit bullshit, pit bullshit, pit bullshit, pit bullshit, pit bullshit.
We in the trenches, feel that hunger in the air. Yeah. Welcome to the yard. If you're tough, you can stare. Yeah. Welcome to the yard. Where the chain spots shine, bloodlines run deep, every pedigree's prime. The game Apbt, worldwide pride. You come correct or stay the hell outside. Legacy made. We grind, we hustle. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike locked in the scuffle. Yeah, we run the yard, iron fists and grit. When the sun comes up, no, we never gon' quit. Dudo and Devo, legends carved in stone. Patrick Bolio made the yard they home. Tanned and yellow, they whisper through the trees. Echoes of greatness, feel that legacy breeze. Going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stack heavy, 52 way so strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard where greatness prevail. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes, all on the fucking deal. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Tails in the dirt, every chain spot turn, lessons learned hard. Like the scars we earn, no shortcuts taken. Champions ain't bought, just blood and sweat. This legacy taught from Mayday to Ace, Buck to G. Every warrior counts, we ain't losing no sleep. Heat like a furnace, knowledge is the key. In the yard we trust, we got the pedigree. Feel the intensity, blaze in the fight. In the shadows of the yard, we rewrite the night. From the ring to the chain, we like kings cut out. Mo and Mike, every victory's what we shout. Going hard, yeah, we run this yard. Nothing but the best. We don't play it all. Bloodlines stacked heavy, 52 waist strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong. The yard in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history made. Y'all in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history made. Yeah, legacy in the dirt. Yeah, to that fame. The game, Apbt. Remember the name. So step back if you can't handle the heat. The yard's going hard. Put the game on repeat. It's Mo and Mike. Kings in this game, going hard. Kennels forever ain't the same, nigga.